You've had your fun now, Terry.
Yeah. Well, I haven't got a soundboard, but I've got the sounds. Oh, hey Peanuts. Hey, we've got a Mippet, a Blue Marble, we've got a Sean, we've got Death, we've got a Purger, got a Mad Bee, Rocket Scientist. You got a link, Rocket Scientist, if you want to come in. I've got a Naked Jimmy O'Toole.
Well, we don't need to see Jimmy's tool naked.
No. Jimmy Toole, if you subbed, you can have a spanner. Don't like to see naked people out there.
First death.
So how's everyone enjoying their
Well,
isolation?
we don't need to see Jimmy's tool naked.
No. Oh, Oh, don't need to hear that again. So how's everyone handling isolation?
I'm used to it anyway.
I haven't noticed any difference yet. Like, I only go to the shop to get certain things. Like, I don't have to worry about a haircut at the moment, like some people are. Who needs a haircut?
Overrated, Terry.
Yeah.
I got my own clippers.
Yeah. My problem is, Blue, that my clippers are rechargeable, so you get about 2/3 of the way through the haircut, and you have to put them back on charge again.
Oh.
So if you shave one side of your head, you'll walk around with only half a head shaved. Yeah, okay.
Call it stylish, Terry.
I'll
You're
have a look.
sending too many caps in your messages. Okay.
I think the biggest difference for me, Terry, is during the day, I have to put up with two young children playing their games and music all day long.
Oh.
Thank God for doors.
And headphones.
You know, that's the problem. They're not using their headphones.
Oh, well, okay.
I'm handling isolation quite well. I got a pair of rubber gloves and some alcohol, so I'm cool.
Yeah, I've got some alcohol. Do I need rubber gloves?
I can't drink my alcohol though.
Oh.
It's 99.9% pure.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that make you go blind if you drink it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that amongst other things, but that clean your insides out well.
Too well.
Yeah.
So where can we look for some derp or some silly today?
Yeah, Mr. Death, I'm eating a lot healthier because I can't buy any food because all the hoarders have bought it.
Oh, Sean's put a link for something. I'll open it in a new tab. See what he's got. Polaris 26,000 year journey. Okay. Goes for 22 minutes. Well, I'll let it play in the background while I'll have a look. Where else? YouTubes can see that. There you are, Sean. I'll play that for you. I don't know where you got it from. I've seen something similar to this.
I see you're getting a lot of new people in the peanut gallery, Terry. That's cool.
Yeah, I get the odd grey person dropping in now and again. What else have we got?
Bloody hell, your days move quick.
There?
Yeah.
I think it's
Just
as you get up, man, it's time to go back to bed again.
Yeah, I should think, it's a hectic life down your way.
You get up on Monday and it's Tuesday by the time you get back into your bedroom.
No wonder your fast bowlers are fast.
Sean said the music's YouTube safe. Would you rather hear the music than us talk, Sean? Was that the hint? Was that a hint? Are we going to watch any videos tonight, or are we going to leave them for tomorrow night? Because I can't see a lot. Ragical, Logicked. Where's Wally? What else have we got?
I was asking in the gallery earlier if people knew what Simon's Dan 20-second video was when he was sitting behind the desk with his Lego.
That
space
with the
station
we still
and the
haven't
books.
we still haven't got anything from that yet.
Do you know anything about that, Blue? What that's all about?
No.
Oh,
He's got some books on the table. He's got
Yeah.
his ISS Lego.
yeah. He's got
He had
glue.
and he brought out an hourglass of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah, and turned upside down and started the time.
Yeah. But I'm
Time
still
is
waiting.
ticking.
I haven't heard nothing.
No. Perhaps that'll be on the 1st of April.
Oh, he is doing something on the 1st of April.
Yeah,
Oh, is he?
so were we. We were meant to be doing something on the 1st of April too.
Yes.
But I'm not getting any clarification
Response.
from the people that I'm supposed to be doing it. I've scrolled all the way back through Shield Your Shit, and I think doesn't seem to be a lot of people put out a 10-minute video lately. What's the body got? Flat Earth Aussie Jesus versus Planar Walk. How long did that go for? Oh, that's not live for another 21 hours. Sean G did his. Sean Hawkins did his. Sean G. Alan Evans Star Trails. Kill them. Oh, that's right. I've got to be careful when I do that. Get back there. Oh, Mippet says, could that have something to do with Simon's quiz he did today? Hey? Well, I haven't got a Simon then. Bill. Alan. Anton. Sensible. Alan.
Yeah, the quiz was fun.
Bobby.
And the U.S. crushed the rest of the universe.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Would it have anything to do with that the time was set up perfectly for the US though?
Yeah,
I
yes.
think it
Yes.
probably had a lot to do with it.
Yes.
And we are ever so grateful.
Oh, okay. Simon Dan. Quiz Cup World Cup. Grab that video.
Yeah, that's the quiz.
Yep, I'll grab that.
I've just chucked in any other vids for you, Terry.
You've chucked in any other vids? Yeah, I've got. Oh, is that a different one? Is that different to what I've just grabbed?
Hmm.
Huh?
Charlie, we don't know what it's all about. Help us.
Okay, I'll grab that too. Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, I just grabbed that. That was in Shield. That was in Shield Your Shit. That same one. Yeah, that's the same one. Okay. Are we?
Just that.
Oh, okay. I might grab that. Skyfly seems to be
Ragical.
making these things.
Down
Rock
South
Lobster.
Beach.
Yeah, I'll download that. Put that in. Where'd it go? Download that. In music for now. That's where all my musics are. Yep. What else have we got? Isaac. Better to scroll from the bottom down. That one. Oh, go for Anton. Anton, when dinosaurs walked the earth, the day was a bit shorter. Really? Only a short hour. Short day.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Anton. Mr. Sensible, what did he do today? Oh yeah. Mr. Sensible? Who else have we got?
Hello, wonderful person.
Yeah, he's there. I got him. Donny of Daytona, Hexagon Sun, and Ink Cloud's Pareidolia. Ragical. Don't forget for Ragical.
What?
I don't know, some woo.
Different.
Fake
What
Sun
we know about.
Rising. We got Logicked. Goes for 19 minutes. I'll grab that. And we'll grab... Oh! You're not supposed to see what's going on out in the peanut gallery.
I was just going to say, Terry, we can see it.
yeah, you're not supposed to know what's going on. Can't have that now, can we? Yeah, back to Polaris. Nothing to see here. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What happened? Back to Polaris, back to YouTube. There we go. YouTube's got the Polaris going. Jose done ancient Greek astronomy. I thought we were doing that already.
Yeah, well, I think he redid the video that you did the other night, I think, Terry.
Okay.
What? Copyright strike.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, Isaac Arthur.
Oh, and Audible and Amazon.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's many peanuts out there to know what's going on. Did Bob do something recently? Bob did something yesterday, didn't we? I don't think we caught that. He done Astrolabe and the Flat Earth, Professor Dave's channels. We didn't watch that. I'm sure we didn't watch that. That was
can't remember.
That was yesterday, last night, about 10 o'clock. We weren't streaming last night, so obviously we didn't catch that. Okay, we'll grab that. You just want to vote peanuts? You don't have to. So the only thing else that happened today was just Jose and Sean's hangouts, by the look of it. I didn't get to see. Yeah, I missed out on Sean's one at lunchtime. Know what he was doing there. And then I know Jose was doing one as well. Oh, Fight the Flat Earth. What was that one? The Bible and Flat Earth. Well, he went for a while, that did. That went for 2 hours.
I just noticed something on your star stream. Right, the date, the day, and the year's changing, but the time stays stationary.
Oh,
9:24 p.m. and it
okay.
doesn't move.
At
Yeah, so
9:24
it's-
p.m. each time they've taken that on a different date.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assume the 16,500 and whatever it is the date, is the year.
Yeah.
But the time never changes.
Yeah. Why is it fixed at 9:24 p.m.?
Oh, that gives you one constant, Terry.
Hmm.
So every day you're looking at it at the same day. So that gives you a constant to for a comparison of how much the stars are moving.
I think it's missing leap years is what it's doing. That's why it keeps stepping back.
Yeah, but the stars are rotating like they normally would.
Yeah, so you got Polaris. How can you have Polaris?
Well, I'm watching Polaris,
Yeah, with the North Star.
but the zenith, but they got zenith over there in the
Yeah.
middle.
You got the zenith right in the middle, which would be your solar, which would be your southern star. I'm guessing.
No,
No.
This is the northern star. This is what happens 18,000 years from now. Polaris is not the North Star anymore.
So why is it going clockwise if it's the northern hemisphere?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
that's
because it's going forward in date and day, not time.
Yeah.
I know it's hard to work this out. Because I thought the stars rotated anti-clockwise, looking north.
It
Yeah,
would
they
be on
do.
a 24-hour period, Terry. But because we're looking at it one day at a time forward in time every day, the stars actually move just slightly backwards in comparison each day.
Yeah.
So because of that, it makes it look like the stars are doing a clockwise turn.
Yeah. I see what they've done now. Yeah, that's in that year, 19,300.
That's one of the reasons why they chose. Well, it's stuck at one time so that you get a constant value.
Yeah, I'm with you now. And Polaris has moved that far out from the center. That's mad, isn't it? So they don't know exactly what star it'll be focused on if it focuses on the star. That's going to be a bugger to actually line up your telescope, isn't it?
It would be more of a bugger when you don't have anything to actually aim at.
Exactly.
So at that period of time that there isn't a North Star per se, it's just empty space.
Just a hole.
Yeah.
Well, it's all right if they can go up there and paint a little green square with zenith writ on it. Just
up on the dome.
Yeah, just so Travis doesn't get confused about rockets being painted as they're coming back down to Earth with black soot on them.
Oh, like our mate JM Truth.
Yeah. Sorry, JM Truth, not Travis. Yeah,
Yeah.
JM Truth. Yeah, he thought they'd been painted as they came back
Well,
down.
I was going to say when JM Truth said that, Reds must be the quickest tagger that I know of to paint a whole rocket bottom half in black spray paint.
I know.
In a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and get that line so perfectly.
Yeah, right where the where the fuel and the oxidizer meet.
Yeah,
It's just
that's just so precision.
he must have. I reckon he must have wrapped it with Glad wrap beforehand, Mad.
Oh, he could
Just
have
went,
done, yeah.
just went
Yeah.
hell for leather. Ripped the Glad wrap off, and that gave him a nice straight line.
Oh, I think you're probably right there, yeah. Because you wouldn't be able to see the sticky residue left over that far away, would you, once it's landed? Clever. Had you noticed anything different? Look, it went up white and it come down black. Oh my god!
Yeah,
I just can't believe he
obviously,
said that.
he's never done something like I don't know, held an aluminium dish over a candle while it's burning,
Probably not. No.
and all that black stuff just magically turns up on the bottom of the aluminium dish. Just magic.
I expect his mum and dad wouldn't let him near a naked flame. Just
Oh,
in case.
wasn't allowed matches, was he?
No, he wasn't. No. Can you imagine the damage he might have caused?
He might have caught the dome on fire.
That's if he could have worked out how to open the matchbox. He might have had to go to university and get another pamphlet, PhD, so he can work out how to use the matchbox.
I want to know where they get all their PhDs from. Is it a bit like, like a choose your own adventure book?
I think they're probably the same place where what is it that creationist bought his from? What's his name? Kent Hovind.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I expect that's where they get all their PhDs from. Same place he got his from. Top drawer, middle drawer, or bottom drawer? Which one would you like, sir? How much can you afford? Yeah.
It's getting closer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Mr. First Death has put out, if NASA isn't around in 1800 years, who's going to run the hologram machine? Robots.
I just hope none of those panels, those sky panels go down, Mad. That's,
Oh, hell yeah. That'd be, oh no. That'd be disaster.
Well, that's quite mesmerising.
Yeah. And when I click my fingers, you'll all be a duck. No black swans here. They've been crucified. Oh, he got it off the back of a Wheaties box. Oh, I thought he actually applied for it somewhere else, Kent.
Jeez, I've got a Wheaties box too somewhere. Can you just fill in your own information?
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh.
Jay, it was just something that Sean put in the peanut gallery to look at.
Yeah.
You got anything better?
Yep. And it's now.
You can come in, Jay, if you've got time. What time is it over there? No, it's not that late.
So it moves back into the center, does it?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool. I better stock up on thermos flasks and a blanket and a chair to watch this. I might be here for a long time though. Hopefully coronavirus is gone by then. I can go back to the shop.
It would have mutated by then, Mad. It'd be something totally different.
Probably turn into a flat earther.
I think you got the key to the special place, Joe. Where are you in Discord again? Changed your name, didn't you? T. T. Huh? You
It's
don't
quite
come under
mad.
T. Why don't you under T?
I'm right in saying that Polaris is moving away
Oh,
like the
there you
rest
are.
of the universe, Blue.
Yeah,
Hmm?
you got the key, Jay.
Polaris. It's still moving away from us, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're finished with that. Next.
I can point out the coronavirus for the size of a car.
Oh, at least it'll be easy to get rid of.
That'd be worse than drop bears, wouldn't it? You get drop coronavirus out of a tree, that would kill you, wouldn't it? Straight away. Bosh!
I haven't got any flurpies that have dropped anything lately by the look of it.
No,
Have they not dropped any bikes lately? Microphones, I mean.
Thrive and Survive is live. The Everything Bubble Something Pop Open Topic Thursday. How long does that go for? Oh, that goes for an hour and 32 minutes. Well, no, I can't put up with that for that long.
I can do about 2 minutes and 18 seconds of Rich, and that's it.
Live 24-hour stream of Polaris.
Who else have we got? I'm not subbed to all the Flat Earth type channels.
Well, someone has to be.
Oh, I really tried not to.
I got most of them, but not all of them. Like I got the Nathan Oakley, the guy the Phuket word guy, Thrive and Survive, CC.
I just sort of had a thought, when they're older, like the Oakleys and that, assuming they have grandchildren, how are they going to explain, when the child walks up to him and says, Granddad, why were you so stupid to think the earth was flat years ago? Especially CC. I just hope his wife is drinking a cup of tea when the grandchild asks him. I still don't understand why he uploaded that video.
Oh, that's got
proof,
me.
Is that proof that he's got a sense of humour? No, they can't know that he's got a sense of humour.
I don't. Yeah. Look, at the best of times, everyone hates being embarrassed about a situation or something they've said or thought. But for him to actually upload that video,
I know. And the guy's got a driving license. That's what worries me.
or does he?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
We've got AB Science premiering now. Part 5, 1. Stereo Apophysis on magnetism.
How come everyone keeps having these premieres? I thought you could only have a premiere once.
How long does that go for?
Yeah, but if you do a premiere, you see, it's everyone gets the notification.
Oh, I see.
It's kind of a way to get around YouTube's crap notification settings at the moment.
Why is it? Change the subject. Why is it? Dogs are allowed to lean on you, but as soon as you lean on the dog, they squirm and want to get up and move.
Oh, yeah.
That's not fair. What's What's wrong, Evie? Think
Yeah,
you're not being
wobbly.
squished? Squish. Yeah. Can you move? Move, Evie. I want to sit on my chair. Come on, move. Gil.
What does Armin
It's-
usually
it's-
talk about
she's all right.
nowadays on his streams? Nothing.
So from what I've seen, Arwen gets a dictionary. He cuts it up into small pieces. He throws it into the hat, and then as he pulls out the pieces, he reads the words on them and puts them together so it kind of sounds like a sentence.
Yeah.
Generally, what he's saying doesn't make sense, but it's kind of a sentence.
Oh,
Oh, who's that?
okay.
I was being sarcastic.
No.
So how's society going to cope with all of this after?
Yeah, you got the link, Jay. What's your problem?
Come in, Jay.
Because I mean, this is really going to have adverse effects on people's lives.
Yeah.
Really is, especially the jobs and the companies that are going to go bust and get back to normal. Is life ever going to be normal, or do you think people just pick up and carry on?
I think it's going to take a long time to get back to normal, Matt.
Yeah, what's
just
normal?
I hope the selfishness disappears out of society.
It will never be the same again.
No, but I do hope selfishness disappears, because something I've noticed years ago at the start of the trend, that me attitude. Don't give a shit.
You
about
know what
anyone
I've been
else,
noticing
just
the
me.
last couple of days since I've been out and going out and about to what's been happening? That's the younger generation that are not taking it seriously.
Oh yeah,
I don't know how many times
they
I've
thought-
seen a younger person, say 20 to 35 or whatever. They're just not doing anything that looks like they're taking anything seriously.
Well,
the media started saying that it's just old elderly people.
No,
It's
it's
just
not.
elderly.
No, it's not.
And then you didn't have to worry about it. So of course, youngsters are going to start immediately thinking, oh well, we're all right. Might as well carry on as per normal. Now they actually dropped. I think it's now 33 to 103 death rate in England. The age difference.
well, I called up my
33.
I called up my doctor yesterday,
Yeah.
so that I could get a certificate for the insurance company, because they still demand their certificates to be sent to them, even though I can't go to the doctor, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because the certificates say the same thing each time. The only thing that changes is the date on them. And I was talking to the healthcare nurse there, because what my local GP's done is, whilst you're waiting to talk to the doctor, the nurse on call there
Hi, Carl.
will.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello,
Carl. The nurse on call there will actually just give you some tips and all of that type of stuff, just to make sure that you're doing everything right. And I said to her, we're in the house and the kids aren't going to school now, and blah blah blah. And she goes, well, look, because of the age group you're in the low risk age group, but don't go see your parents or mother in my case, and limit access to other family members. Make sure that you call them to make sure they're doing all right. And she said, the biggest problem will be is all these people that are panicking about going out and hoarding food and stuff like that is the next step after that, because they're already panicking about it. if they get the sniffles or a sneeze or anything like that, they're going to start going to doctors, which is then going to transfer that whole burden onto our health professionals. And she goes, she said, just today we had 20 people come in because they had a cold and they were worried. You know, they had the sniffles and a bit of a cold, and that was it. All these people asking for a corona test, and there's no point. It's a waste of a test.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just saying, for example, from my situation, if I'm just where I am, I go down the shops every other day, petrol station, hardware shops, mechanics, places, whatever. I don't think I'd need to be paranoid about getting a test. But if you're with the people that are a more social interaction with other people in groups and stuff like that, yeah, that there might be a risk there. I don't know how safe it is. When you go pump the petrol, like, is that safe to pump the petrol? To grab the things, or you've got nothing to wipe with when you get there.
There's a couple of petrol stations in Melbourne, Terry, that have turned around and they've put up a sign. If you're elderly or disabled, come to this petrol pump and honk 3 times, for example.
Oh, 3 times.
and we'll come up and fill up. We'll come up and fill up your car.
Okay.
Stop it. I could have said we'll come and put our nozzle in your hole and fill you up, but I didn't go there. All right, come on. Honk 3 times.
That's funny. Honk 3 times and we will shoot you in the face with a pellet rifle.
Yeah. Yeah, but so there's a few of them that are trying to do the right thing that way.
You still won't have any gasoline, but that will not be your largest problem.
Yeah. What does Peanuts want to do? Watch a video of some sort? What have we got?
I don't know. We should check.
Yeah. We've only got a couple of Peanuts watching. Can't see. Why isn't it showing how many people are watching? Where are we?
Hang on, Terry.
Yeah, I'm looking now to find the...
I've got 21 on my count.
Yeah?
I don't have that many fingers.
Oh, boy.
Mine are up to 20.
We've got 20 desperate people out there.
Yeah. It depends which voice is talking to me. It depends how many fingers I have.
Rocket, I said you could come in if you want. I know you want to vote out there.
Jeez, Mad, you got quiet.
Yeah, Mad, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry. I'm sharing my headphones.
Sharon.
Oh, sharing headphones.
Yeah.
That sounds,
That's not too corona friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nippet, we're not asking you. You're in the circle, so you can't.
I dropped another video on the internal chat that you might get a giggle out of, Terry.
Yeah. Oh, internal chat. I was looking at it. Where I was there. Where'd I go?
Hello, John.
There we go.
John's in the side chat.
What have we got here? Okay. Oh, Ozzie Man Review, yeah.
It's more of a humorous one than rather stupidness.
Yeah.
Play John Wick 3. Apparently,
Play
Sean
John
was
Wick
saying.
3. No, Sean,
John
sorry,
Wick 3.
Sean, you're pushing it a
Sean,
bit there.
yeah, Sean, he's not going to get copyright struck for that at all,
Look,
will he?
no.
No, of course not.
Even though I've already
no.
been done once already this year. Jeez.
Sorry. How many
Yeah.
times do I have to say sorry for that, Terry?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
hi, John.
Oh, that one. Oh, that was your sorry.
That was my sorry.
Oh.
Did Terry mention lightning?
Don't tell me I forgot to mention there was lightning.
Yeah.
There you go. You can watch this for 3 minutes.
This is a predator you do not want to come across in the wilderness. It is a focused, formidable unit. The cat is like, don't you even think about headbutting me? What are you, back off, you wanker? The cat looks to the human filming. You better vacate the area if you value your life. This tortoise has a bad reputation, mate. I can handle myself, but you should flee, human. You're weak. The tortoise runs in and lands a jab on the cat's tail. It may look insignificant, but imagine if the tortoise rubbed poison on its claws, like when Ober and Martel fought the mountain. That could have been a death blow, and we don't know it yet. Get back here, you ginger wanker, yells the tortoise. I am gonna rip you a new one. I know it was you who stole my toilet paper. I have a camera outside my burrow. You stole my dunny paper, my sanitizer, my antibacterial wipes, and a whole carton of long life milk. How the fuck do I survive without long life milk? The cat jumps into action and lands a couple of jabby jabs. It circles round to the left and takes cover under the table. The tortoise is nipping at its heels. Kind of. Maybe. Okay, I'm hyping it up. Oh shit, the tortoise genuinely can't see the cat. It's understandable. That blue bouncy thingy-majig is totes my goats in the way. Come on, yeah, there we go. His 2020 vision has kicked back in. The cat better haul ass. It's about to get mauled in the face. Oh, ouchie, something happened. Something definitely happened. They've gone off camera. It's hard to see if there's foul play. Look, I don't feel like the cat is taking the fight seriously. Look at it meandering, laying down, so arrogant. Hadouken, yells the charging tortoise, whack. Its shell gets rattled. It's hard to slow down. You have to admire the endurance and stamina of the tortoise. It keeps coming at you, no matter how many times you whack it off. I don't know why I said whack it off. It's not the best phrase to describe a fight. It's so unfair. They have a reputation for being slow. Once he gains momentum, he is fast as fuck. Oh, there's another poisonous claw punch, followed by scrambling from the cat, and it runs away. This is becoming a shit main card fight. It may as well have been cancelled or postponed. The tortoise is dominating the space, controlling the ring. Oh, look out, is it going to pick up a weapon? No, it's old school. It doesn't want to use weaponry. This is it? No, it's not. Fuck's sake. I'm calling it. The cat should be disqualified. It is clearly showing a terrible level of sportsmanship. What's it going to do? It's going to run away. What about now? Run away. How about now? You're going to put up a fight, cat? You're going to do anything? No, you're going to run away. The cat is about as useless and inactive as most governments during a global crisis. Avoiding the problem, meandering, wasting time, running down the clock, meandering, more avoiding, and more sitting down. It looks back to the human. Oh, you're still here. You should have left, human. This tortoise can kill you. Not me, because I'm so tough. Whatever, fuck off, cat.
It's a bit like you attacking a flurf, isn't it, Blue?
Yeah, sort of.
Can't get away.
Yeah, just keep pummeling them. Just keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
They do that quick duck and weave and hide for a bit, and then you'll be going, yeah, now, where have you gone now? What stupid have you been doing?
You can't hide.
They can run, but they can't hide.
What's that, Death? Have you seen the one with the old bloke kicking a snake? Well, have you got a link?
Oh, yeah, I know the one he's talking about.
Do you? Oh, got me beat on that one.
Yeah, it's a pensioner. He's a pensioner and he's walking along a like a veranda, and the I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, well,
But he,
while you're looking for that...
there it is.
Sean, that's a bit harsh. Yeah, because all I've got lined up is normal stuff.
Just
Call
stuff.
it that.
Stuff.
Yeah, just normal stuff. 3 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 9 minute.
Oh, this one's only like 55 seconds long or something, Terry. 54 seconds long. There you go. So the snake itself is an Eastern Australian brown snake. It so shows the attitude that a lot of Australian men of this age has got.
So can you pinpoint where the snake is as we start?
You see all those birds? The birds are actually
Can you see me mouse?
yeah, that's the one. So just in there, that's where the snake is. The birds are actually harassing the snake. They'll be your favourite type of bird in your miners.
Oh no, those things.
What can we do there? Oh, let's just annoy this.
Yeah,
really,
that's right,
really
Carl.
poisonous snake.
Tell Sean he's got $1 for the swear jar.
$1? That's cheap.
Oh, I don't know. Mippet made up the value.
Or Cashman's got to pay tenner every time.
Yeah, but that's different. He's rich.
Yeah, but that's
Oh, that's
Globey's. Globey's the Casual's financial advisor or something.
Writing it and saying it are a little bit different.
Why? What? Is there a price difference? Is there from saying it to swearing?
Well, the difference is I just decide what the hell I'm going to charge.
Ah, okay.
When
Fair
I
enough.
feel like it.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Better push play, I think, Terry.
Okay, I was just going to say yes, but in context, that's the loophole. If you can say it and get away with it in the context it suits, because I know Blue's trying to do it.
So all the Indian miners are attacking the snake and stirring it up. And the old guy comes along.
That had to be humiliating. Yeah, how you gonna explain that to all your snake buddies?
But then he kicked me.
Just got your ass kicked by a geriatric, you dumbass snake.
Yeah, but the poor birds are going. We got beat by an old fart.
I put another funny one in the internal chat. This one's a kangaroo.
Oh, what? I haven't seen one of them.
Yeah, it's kangaroo.
I've only seen pictures of them.
Oh, we got them all over the place.
Oh,
Just about every zoo's got one.
Okay.
I wish they'd take more.
We're all looking forward to seeing Max on a board.
Oh, rewind it so you just get this. They get this there. I like the one with the guy punches the kangaroo because the kangaroo was harassing his dog or whatever.
Yeah, that's what this one is.
Oh.
We're all looking forward to seeing Max on a boar, when, to our horror, it turns out to be something else altogether.
Oh,
Yeah,
that would
it'd be nice if
that
you
would
shared
be
it.
helpful, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's amazing. When I'm 3 or 4 beers in, I seem to forget things.
That's why we're here, Terry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Right, we got it now. We're all happy.
Yep.
Yep.
We've got your
We're all looking
homepage.
forward to seeing Max on a boar, when, to our horror, it turns out to be something else
You
altogether.
got the right page.
That's all right. That's fine, Terry.
Sure. I thought I was sharing the right page.
Go! We're all looking
I don't like it when I don't know what I'm doing. Share screen. Yeah, share that.
You're sharing your whole screen rather than just the video.
Oh,
That's better.
You just don't want to see what's going on behind the scenes.
No,
behind
it's
the
cheating.
behind the curtain.
forward to seeing Max on a boar, when, to our horror, it turns out to be something else altogether.
Oh no! Here! Hey! Go, just there!
Whoa, go!
Hey!
But all is not as it seems. The big buck actually has hold of the dog, not the other way around. As Greg runs in, we realise this could get dangerous.
Let it go, dogs, let's go. Now the dog's coming.
Well, we're not sure what's going on here, but the Roo has the dog, not the other way around. Max calmly waits for his owner to come and help. The buckaroo sees the odds stacking against him and tries to gut the dog with his claws one last time. His powerful arms anchor the dog by the breastplate as Max doubles his efforts to escape. Finally, the Roo switches his attention to Tonks and sizes up the human to be his next victim. Tonks gives the kangaroo his space, but the cranky buck comes forward, ready to attack. To save himself, he launches a right hand to the kangaroo's snout. The punch swivels the Roo's head as he throws his claws out to grapple and gouge. Then they eye each other off. Tonks makes the right decision again and backs off, leaving the buck stunned as to what has just taken place. He continues to stand his ground, like he has done many times before when fighting for breeding rights against other big boomers like himself. He eyes off Tonks again, possibly contemplating some revenge for the clip on the snoz. Luckily for everyone involved though, he decides enough is enough and goes about his day.
Yeah.
So what would the Roo have done to the dog if he hadn't turned up? Would that killed it?
Good chance of it, Mad.
Yeah.
The way the Roo had it,
Yeah.
you saw how the Roo tried to actually kick up to the dog's guts. If they weren't pigging dogs and they weren't wearing the chest plate, which
They'd have
is
gone straight through.
yeah, it would have gone straight through. They've got like
Talent.
I don't know, it's like 3 inches worth of nail down there on their hind legs, and it's like 6-inch timber nails. You know, they're tough, strong, and they're not going to snap or anything like that.
No. Yeah.
They look harmless till you see one of them do that stuff.
Luckily, most of the ones in like the zoos and stuff like that are fairly quiet. They don't need to. And generally speaking, it will only be females in zoos, and they'll keep the males separate. The males are the ones that are generally more vicious, but that's only during like breeding season.
Yeah.
Which
that's kind of true of any species, including people.
Yep.
unless there is a sale at Walmart involved, and then the women get very vicious.
Yeah.
Or toilet paper.
Yeah.
Toilet paper brings out the best of people.
Hey, Simon Dan.
Well, this goes for 56 minutes, so I'll have to. Might have to shortcut. I'll shortcut a bit of it.
His world quiz, is it about football or is it just general knowledge?
Oh, it's got 4 different categories.
Oh, right.
Down.
Science, math, sports, and
Okay, excellent work.
geography,
So,
I think.
Bullet Ant. USA gets 1 point. Good stuff. Right,
Where's the
question
answers?
number 2. The speed of light is approximately 300 million night or early hours of the morning. So they call that if you're
He's
in
asking
the
the
UK,
questions.
then you would rather be known to be from either Scotland, England, Wales, or Northern Ireland. So you don't have to put UK or Britain. You can put your country as if we were playing football. So if it was me, I'd be putting England. I think you would all prefer that anyway. AB Science. Oh, funny. You can do if you want. You can if you want. So when I ask the question, you guys have got to answer as quick as you can, and I will take the first answer that I see in chat, the first correct answer that is followed by your country. So the way I want you to answer is
So you'd have
answer dash country. Right? I'll take the first person to answer correctly with a country afterwards, and you will get the point for your country. And we'll keep score on the little chalkboard as we go. So any answer that we get without a country won't qualify for a point. So there has to be a country, so we know we can give it to the correct country. Right, I think that's all of the rules. And obviously I understand that there are some countries at a disadvantage right now because they are in the middle of the night or early hours of the morning, so they can't represent themselves. But I had to do it sometime. There was always going to be a time where
there's always a time in the
if you're
daytime
ready,
where
we
we
got
can
1,080 watching.
overlap.
Brilliant. I'm not. Well, I am. I'm a little bit biased. Hopefully England wins, but you never know. You're a clever lot, and you're all from all over the place. If you want to know roughly the subscriber numbers in terms of country, about 35% of the 298,000 subscribers are from the US, about 20% from the UK, and I think it's Australia, Germany, Canada after that. So it's heavily weighted towards America. Buffering troubles, AB Science. Okay. I'll lower the bit rate a bit. I'll just check quickly before we carry on. Okay. Right, okay. If for whatever reason something happens and you can't hear the question, just say, I will repeat the question. So, if we're all ready, all 1,100 of you, we will start with round 1 and science and question 1. Remember, the answer needs to be followed by the country you're representing in order for that country to gain a point. Okay, here we go. Round 1, question 1. The Schmidt pain index is a pain scale that rates the bites or stings of an insect. But which species of ant is number 1 on that index that has a bite so painful it's said to feel like being shot?
Bullet ant.
There's question 1. So I'm looking for the answer. The first one to answer with the country straight away. And we do have someone, MH Chopper 4. MH Chopper 4, you were the first person to get it right with bullet ant. So that is an early point for USA. Well done.
I've got an ant here that's similar, but I don't think it's called that.
Yes, correct answer was bullet ant. So let me just update this.
Isn't that right, Peter? We've got ants here that are similar, but they're not called a bullet ant.
Yes, yeah, we do.
They're called a
Yeah,
bull ant, I think.
Yeah.
We got ants over here that can bite you, but they're harmless now because they
Okay,
lose their
excellent
teeth when
work.
they get older.
So, bullet ant.
I think
USA
ours are
gets
called a
1
bull
point.
ant.
Good stuff. Right, question number
Yeah,
2.
that sounds right, Terry.
The speed of light is
So
approximately
we would have got it wrong
300
because we didn't
million
say
meters
bullet.
per second. But
Oh.
how long does it take for light from the sun to reach the planet Mars to the closest minute? How long does it take the light from the sun to reach Mars to the closest minute?
I wouldn't know that.
Keep an eye on the chat.
No, that's the world.
I'm going to say 9 minutes.
I'm pretty sure that's the world.
Oh, unlucky Joseph.
13.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a winner. Ilari Pujajavi, I think, is correct with 13 minutes, and he is from Finland.
What'd
Well
you say,
played.
Matt?
9. I'm going to say
Point for
approximately
Finland.
8.5 to England. To the
Excellent
world.
work. 13 minutes from the sun to Mars. Right,
I didn't know
question
how
number
far
3.
Mars was
I'd like you to please
further out.
fill in the missing part of the taxonomic rank. So we've got kingdom, phylum, class, blank, family, genus, species. So I'm looking for the blank. Kingdom, phylum, class, blank, family, genus, species.
I thought these were going to be easy questions.
Looking for that missing taxonomic class.
Scott said you cheated, Blue.
Good point, Tommy. I've got to wait 90 seconds. Nathan Sharp, well done. You were the first person to answer correctly with the country, and you are from England. Whee!
So
I'll lower the
Scott, our blue bottles are the same as a bullet ant.
I'll lower the slow mo to
Blue
60
bottles?
seconds. That way,
Blue
you
bottles
get
are not
more
bull
of a
ants.
chance to get your
No.
answer in.
The ant that's called a blue bottle, Terry. It's almost an iridescent blue.
Wow.
But they can sting you and bite you.
45 seconds. That should be enough.
Morning, Dora.
Morning.
There we go. 45 seconds. Okay, cool. So we've got USA 1, Finland 1, and England 1. Good start. Okay, let's move on to question number 4 in the science round. This is, you should be able to get this one fairly quickly, so fingers on your keyboards. Question 4 then. Which element of the periodic table has the symbol W? Which element of the periodic table has the symbol W?
Wassages.
I can't check while we're doing this.
Is it phosphor?
Whamburgers.
Blue?
Yeah.
And there we go.
W.
Christopher Boulay,
tungsten, I think.
well done. No, Louis P, well done. It's tungsten. You were both from France anyway. So the correct answer is tungsten. Well done.
What did you
France
say,
get a point
Peter?
too.
Phosphorus?
I said phosphor.
Close.
Well, we're not going to do good so
stuff.
far.
4 different countries, 4 good answers. Well done. Yes, the answer was tungsten.
I wonder if Davros would have
periodic
known.
table with the symbol W.
Probably.
Okay, question number 5 now on the science round. I'll wait a couple more seconds. Yes, it is major fast scrolling. Unfortunately, that's just the numbers in the chat. But I'm keeping an eye on it, and I'm getting the first one that answers, so we're all good. Okay, question number 5. How many officially recognised constellations are there? How many officially recognised
What, like
constellations
in the star
are there?
signs?
Constellations, yeah.
That's like star signs?
Yep.
13.
A lot.
Way off.
Am I?
Good try, Abby
Yeah,
Science.
Yeah.
Much more.
Okay, that was really quick. AM from the USA. Got that right. There are 88.
Wow.
88
I reckon there's 88.
officially recognised
Hey!
constellations.
You
So
already said the
USA
yes.
take the lead again.
You
Well
can't
done,
use
AM.
delay for its
A
excuse.
lot of answers there. Ranging from 27, 12, 250, 5,000. Wow.
5,000?
Yes, the correct
Okay.
answer is 88 constellations.
88,
Banana Peaches,
okay.
thank
I
you
wouldn't have known
very
that.
much. 1.
Who's that from?
1. Brilliant. Not
Oh,
no,
yes.
not 666.
Okay,
Okay,
you
well
don't
done,
have to yell
USA.
at me.
You are now head and shoulders above Finland, England, and France. Let's move on to question number 6. Here we go. What is the third most abundant gas in Earth's atmosphere? The third most abundant gas in Earth's atmosphere.
Argon?
Anybody?
Argon?
Yeah. You're
Okay,
right.
and keep an eye on the chat so you can get it first.
Hey, Renee.
Helium, oxygen, helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen,
That
helium.
is Oregon.
Helium. John Middleton. Well done, John Middleton, with the correct answer of argon.
I
Argon
could have
is
got
the
that
third
right for
most
Australia
abundant
if
gas in
I was there to type it straight away.
Earth's
Yep, you
atmosphere.
could have.
John Middleton got it correct, and he is from Spain. Well done, John. Okay, excellent stuff. Yes, so obviously it is nitrogen first, then oxygen, and then argon. The third most abundant gas.
Oh,
Right,
Scott,
let's move on to
methane.
question number 7. The great apes. So the great apes consist of 4 groups. Chimpanzee, orangutan, gorilla, and which other species?
Us.
Chimpanzee, orangutan, gorilla, and which other species?
Flat earthers. They're the lowest.
That's partially correct.
Barry on. That was mega quick.
But there's nothing
Barry
great
on
about
gets
them.
it straight out the gate. Human. Human is the 4th member of the great
I would have typed that in.
apes
That would have
family.
been 2 for me.
And
2 for
again,
Australia.
it's USA.
I'm equal to USA so far.
God, you guys
Doing
are
well,
really
Terry.
quick.
Oh no.
So USA are
Okay.
taking a good lead there, 3-1.
Oh, I've got to catch up. We've got to catch up,
Barry on,
Peter.
well done.
Oh, does that mean I have to think?
Yes.
Casual Spaceman, don't
Well, I've
know
just
and
been
don't
rattling
get
them off at the
monkeys
top of
more
my
than I
head.
am. Dear,
I'm
oh
not.
dear. Just because it's
My
not
mind's
space
not running on
questions.
100 4 cylinders, 8
So yes,
cylinders at the
human is
moment
the
because I've
4th
been
member
drinking.
of the great apes. Right. Question number... Yes, Barry on, you won. Question number 8. Here we go. Oh, this could be a good one for you, Casual Spaceman. In fact, if you don't get this one, I'll be very disappointed. Right.
No pressure there.
Question number 8. What was the name given to the command module of Apollo 9? What was the name given to the command module of Apollo
Casual
9?
Spaceman, he should know that one.
He won't. He'll panic and get it wrong.
Where is he today anyway? Is he in bed asleep?
Quite a few who said Eagle, not Eagle.
No, it's not Eagle.
No.
Not
That's Apollo
Falcon, not
11.
Aquarius, not Luna, not Columbia, not Dave, not Fred, not Columbus.
Dave.
Not Eagle.
Can I use
not
Google?
Not Nathan.
Yeah, you could have done by now, but I can't
Come on,
because
guys.
you'd end up seeing what I'm doing. So I can't cheat.
No, not Gary, not Fred, not Frederick, not Snoopy. Mandelbrot set. Well done. It was called
Gumdrop.
Gumdrop. Gumdrop.
Gumdrop.
So
Wow.
USA, again, they've got a commanding lead now.
Did you get that one, Blue?
4 points to USA.
Yeah.
Well done, Mandelbrot set. Yes, the answer was Gumdrop. Did Casual Spaceman even have a go there?
Gumdrops.
I don't know if he
I
did.
wonder if Casual got it.
He did,
his,
but he was
his
too late.
internet would have gone out.
Okay, 2 questions left in this round. We'll go for question number 9, and this should be one that you guys get pretty quickly. Here we go, question number 9. Which mammal has the longest gestation period? Which mammal has the longest
Blue
gestation
whale?
period?
Yeah, I was going to say blue whale.
Nope.
No?
Elephant?
No?
Elephant. Yeah. Elephant.
Elephant's 3 years or something. I thought.
Yeah, that's the elephant.
Yeah.
I first thought
that
the
is
elephant.
Mitch
And
Carpenter.
then you said the whale.
Mitch Carpenter, well done, elephant. And you have got a point for Canada. Someone said the slow mode is still too slow.
The Canadian got that one right.
Seconds?
Yep.
Canada to us is like New Zealand to Australia.
Just let me know, guys, if you think 45 seconds is still too
It's all right, Carl. You and me got it wrong.
Trim it back.
You can type it in the peanut gallery if you think you can get it right.
Okay,
Dora
cool.
got it wrong.
Looks like most people have got it right.
Carl got it
Okay,
wrong.
so USA still in the lead, 4 points to them. Finland, England, France, Spain, and Canada each with a point, respectively. Let's move on to question number 10 in the science round. Here we go. Which British scientist was knighted not for his scientific discoveries but for his work as Master of the Royal Mint? Which British scientist was knighted not for his scientific discoveries but for his work with...
Come on, Mad, you should know that.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Oh.
We'll think up some excuse.
The Royal Mint. I can't think of his name.
Have you got any
Oliver
idea of what they're
Jambor,
talking
well
about?
done.
Or
Oh,
you...
no. Sorry. I thought it was you, but it wasn't. It was Epic Ponage 117 who got that right. It was Isaac Newton. And I'm afraid to say, guys, it is again the USA.
Why couldn't we have known
taken
that?
a commanding lead. Well done. So after round 1,
okay,
USA
Isaac
have
Newton
5 points.
did that. Okay.
Yeah,
Finland, England, France, Spain, and Canada each have a point. So, if you've just joined us, the way that you need to get your answer is to place your answer first, followed by your country second, in order to get a point for your country. So, well done, guys. Good round. USA, come on. Seriously, you need to EU4. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you could class yourselves as EU if you wanted to. USA out there, so you guys have really got to try and pull this back. Let's move on to round 2.
There's more USA people watching, that's why.
Now, realise if the answer is a country here, this could get quite confusing. So make sure you get your answer in first and your question and your country in second. Right, here we go. Question 1 in geography. What is the largest metropolitan area in the world that does not border a body of water? What is the largest metropolitan area in the world that does not border a body of water? So basically, the largest city in the world that is not next to water.
Paris.
Canberra.
That's a hard one.
Canberra.
Not Beijing, not Russia, not Tokyo, not Delhi, not Mexico, not LA, not Russia, not Tokyo, not the Vatican. We've got a winner, guys. Vuskor with the correct answer, and he or she lives in the country that this is from, South Africa.
Correct,
the answer
Carl.
is Johannesburg. Johannesburg in South Africa.
Oh, Carl.
So well done to you for getting South Africa on the scoreboard.
One for you, Carl.
Okay. Let's make that a bit smaller. Right. Good answer. Well done. Johannesburg there in South Africa. Let's move on to question number 2. Which country has the smallest number of people per square kilometre? Which country has the smallest number of people per square
It's
kilometre?
either Australia or Antarctica.
I think it's Antarctica.
Did he say continent or country?
Country.
Oh, yeah, Antarctica is not a country. So it would have to be Australia.
Straight out the gate there. I can't pronounce your name, but you said Mongolia and you're from France. So yes, the answer is Mongolia for that one.
Oh, Mongolia. Okay.
Tommy's just made a good point there. If you guys are seeing things come up before others possibly, I can see the chat as it comes in real time. So the first one that comes through is the one that I see. So don't worry about what's being displayed in the chat you see. The one that I see is the actual first one. Okay. Right. Question number 3 now. Here we go. How many countries does Russia share a border with? How many countries does Russia share a border with?
There'd be at least half a dozen.
That's question number 3.
So shitload.
Yeah. There's China.
Slayer
India.
King. Slayer King 003.
I say
straight
12.
out the back there. 14.
Turkey.
14 countries. And again, it's USA.
I said
I got
12.
to 4.
I was
Well
closer.
played.
He didn't let me get to the other 10.
So 14 countries. Good job.
I was
USA.
just
You
counting
know
them
what?
up.
You know what? You know what? I can pause this.
Okay,
for you, Mad,
question
if you
number
want.
4.
He didn't say
22%
name them, he
of
said
the
how
River
many.
Nile
Yeah.
runs through
Yeah, you were
which
naming
country?
them.
22%
Yeah,
of
I was
the
going to
River
name
Nile
them all. And then
runs
I was
through
counting
which
them on my
country?
fingers.
Egypt, you silly goose.
Egypt, yeah, Egypt.
What was that?
Yep, we've got an answer straight away.
Which country does the
Correct
River
answer
Nile
is
run
Egypt. Well done to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
And
would have all
you
got
are
that.
from Poland, so it's another new country on the board.
But only 22% of the Nile runs through Egypt.
Well done. Yes, 22% of the River Nile runs through Poland. Poland? No, it doesn't. Runs through Egypt. Okay, let's move on to question number 5.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
How many time zones does France adhere to? So,
What?
you
It'd
have
be
to
3.
No, France is not that
take into
wide.
account here any overseas
I
territories
reckon it's
that
only
France
one.
has.
What did
No,
How many time
Terry.
zones does France adhere to?
They've still got overseas territories and
Quite a few
states
answers
as well.
straight out here. They're quite
Ah,
low.
so
You
that's
need
a
to
trick
think
question.
more, and I think we've got an
Yeah.
answer. Yes, we have. It is from Red Cosmos Devil from Ethiopia with the correct answer of 12. 12 time zones. Well
was
done
it?
to you.
More than what I think.
You have got
I wouldn't have thought of that many.
Ethiopia on the board. Well done.
Where's Australia?
Excellent stuff. Still USA in the lead.
Oh, still down the pub, Terry.
No, pub's
Okay.
shut. We can't go to the pub.
Let's go move on to
Where'd
question
the bottle
number 6.
Yeah, that's where I went today to get a
San
car.
Marino and the Vatican City are both landlocked by only one country. Which is the only other country in the world that can say this? So San Marino and Vatican City are both landlocked by one country, which is Italy. What's the only other country in the world that can say that they are landlocked by one
Kenya?
country?
Somewhere over that way?
Spain?
A lot of people are saying
trying to think
Italy.
where the
Maybe they've
Vatican is.
misunderstood the question. And yes, we have an answer. And it is Lane Cruiser from Germany. Well done to you. The correct answer was Lesotho. Lesotho. And that is bordered or landlocked by South Africa. So Germany, you have now taken a position on the board. Well done. Run out of room here. Okay. Right. Well done so far. Still USA in the lead. Question number 7. What is the largest city that sits on 2 continents? What is the largest city that sits on 2 continents? Wow, that was fast. That was really fast. Tarkan 1995, correct, from Switzerland, with the correct answer of Istanbul. So, well done to you.
Constantinople.
Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they
Switzerland
changed
gets
the
to go
name
on
of it
the
to
board as
Istanbul.
well. Okay, loads of countries with 1 point. France with 2 and
Andorra
USA
got it.
with 6. Yeah, Istanbul sits on Asia and Europe.
That's okay. It doesn't matter if you misspell it. We got your answer.
Okay, question number 8. What percentage of the total population of Earth live in the southern hemisphere? What percentage of the total population of Earth live in the
20%?
southern hemisphere?
I don't think it'd even be that high, Terry.
I would say about 7.63924.
Okay, I'll go 9%.
Straight away, good answer.
I'll
Valerie
go
Huss,
9.
10% is the correct answer. Only 10% of the Earth's population
Ooh.
live
Yeah.
in the southern
I was
hemisphere.
closer.
And you are from Ukraine. Well done.
Doesn't he give you one either
Well
way?
done.
No.
Another new country on the board.
Well, you could say less than 20% and you'd still be technically correct.
Yes.
Okay, good stuff.
You just wouldn't be accurate.
No.
No. I was correct by saying 7% because that was.
Yeah, but Peter
within
corrected
margin
me and
of
said it
error.
wouldn't
Question
be that
number
much,
9.
so I went 9.
What is the only city in America, excluding those in Alaska, where you can drive south and reach Canada? The only city in America, excluding any in Alaska,
Michigan.
where you can drive
Michigan.
south and reach Canada.
Drive south.
Ah, Maine. Maine? What are the
You're
southern?
going to drive
north-
south to
eastern
reach
states?
Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had a good answer there. Nathan Sampson said Detroit, but he didn't put his country. But then Slayer King 003 came straight in after him
I
with
couldn't
the
work
correct
that one
answer of
out.
Detroit. And yep, you guessed it. He's from USA. This is a good performance from the Americans. Still plenty of time to catch up.
Yeah, the questions are rigged for the Americans. That's why.
Right. Last question in the geography round. Question number 10. Only 2 countries in
these
America,
questions are
in
rigged for
South
you,
America,
Blues.
sorry. Only 2
Used to
countries
win.
in South America do not border Brazil. Which 2 countries are they? Only 2 countries in South America don't border Brazil. Which 2 countries
I'll be back,
are
Terry.
they?
I'm just going to sort out dinner, all right?
Yeah, I won't be far behind you.
Let's have a look.
Columbus? No.
Remember, I'm
Yeah.
looking for 2 countries. 2 countries.
Columbus.
And I
and
think we've
can't
got a
think of
winner.
one, so-
Yes, we do. It's Mauricio Colmenares from Argentina who got the correct answer of Ecuador and Chile. Well done to you. And another new country goes on our list. Argentina with a point. Awesome. Well done.
As Sean said, Brazil
Right,
doesn't
that's
border
question.
Brazil.
That is round 2 done with. Really good so far. Some of you done some really quick answers. Really, really impressive. That means you haven't been Googling it. Right, so scores on the boards, scores on the doors. USA with a commanding lead there of 7. France are in second with 2 points. And then Finland, England, Spain, Canada, South Africa, Poland, Ethiopia, Germany, Switzerland, Ukraine and Argentina all with
That's
1
between
point
France
apiece.
and USA at the moment.
There are still
France.
16 points up for grabs, so it's still wide open. Right.
Yeah.
The third round is historical maths. So,
Okay.
bear with me here. The way to do this round is I'm going to give you 2 events in history. I'm going to say one event, and then I'm going to say the second event. And your answer has to come as a number. So I could say an event which will have a year. Let's say, for example, the year is 2004. And the second event will have a year. Let's say, for example, that's 1652. And then you have to minus the second year from the first year to give yourself a number.
What?
I hope that makes sense. I'm sure as the round
Sort of,
progresses,
but it's
it
a
will
bit
make
confusing.
more sense. So I'll say one
Simple subtraction.
world event, and I'll say minus the next world event, and then those two numbers you minus one from the other.
In your head.
So basically,
on the
you're
fly.
subtracting 1 year from another. So the first question might be a bit of a, yep, Mr. Diablo, get your calculators ready. Indeed, because you probably will need calculators. This
No, I
I'm
can't
not
do that because
expecting
I'm
really quick
I'm
answers from
screen
this,
sharing. I can't use
unless
I can't use the Google
straight away
screen.
know the years off the top of your head, and you can do the maths off the top of your head. Okay, there's only 6 questions in this round. Here we go. Question number 1. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. So, the year the Berlin Wall fell, minus the year of the Battle of Waterloo. So, the year the Berlin Wall fell, take that year and take away the year of the Battle of Waterloo, and it should give you a number, and that number will be your answer.
1990 something, the wall.
And we've got a winner, and that was actually really quick. So the answer is 174. It's again, I can't pronounce the name, someone 84, from France. The answer is 174 because the year the Berlin Wall fell was 1989. The year of the Battle of Waterloo was 1815. Okay. So it's 1989 minus 1815, which gives you 174. Well done to you. Yep. Well done to France.
Death said it didn't fall. They
Gained
knocked it
another
over.
Point. Could be France to catch USA. Who knows?
Right,
hopefully that
1889.
makes sense and everyone gets that, so we can move on to the second question.
Yeah, and 1882.
And we'll see how it goes. Okay, question number 2.
Well,
Here we go.
Actually,
the year the Titanic sank. The year that the Titanic sank minus the year that Queen Elizabeth I took the throne.
56.
So the year the Titanic sunk, take away the year that Queen Elizabeth I took the throne. You might have to Google some of that.
I thought that was 1956
should
and
give you a number.
1911. How do you take them two numbers away from one another?
No, 1912.
1912.
And I don't know, Elizabeth I was way back. When was that? 16?
Elizabeth I.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can just imagine people frantically Googling
I don't know
the numbers. Still waiting. Oh, someone was really close there. MW, you were quite close.
Well, none of our peanuts know the answer.
I think I've seen it.
I'd say 40.
Yeah, people have started figuring it out, and the first person to get it right was...
Death saying 54.
Oh, right. I don't know.
I want to make sure I get the right person.
True Blue saying 3123. What the hey?
Yeah, first person was Bernard von Schulman from Canada. Well done. The answer was 354. Canada, you get yourself a point. This is really testing the math skills and your history skills.
So the year Riley won at DFOT,
the year the Titanic sank was 1912, and the year Queen Elizabeth I took the throne was 1558, giving you an answer of 354. Well done if you got that right. Okay, question number 3. Here we go. The year that the film Grease was released.
Oh shit, my missus would know that.
Newton-John. Take away the year the Great Plague of London
started.
What
year was Grease made?
So the year that the film Grease was released. Take away the year that the Great Plague of London started.
Great Plague.
1650 something. Is it 1653 and 1977?
Let's have a look.
77?
Was Greece
It was
77?
around 77, 78, around those years.
A little earlier, I think.
75?
Jan
76
Opdal,
maybe.
Jan Opdal, Jorn
I
Opdal
thought the New
from
Missus should
Norway.
have known the Greece
Well
one.
done. 313 was the answer I was looking for. Greece was released in 1978. And the Great
There you
Plague
go.
of London
Okay.
started in
Yeah.
1665.
You guys are right.
I don't think we've got Norway yet, have we? No. Good. Well done, Norway.
Just
Put
get
yourself
the
on the
years
board.
right first.
You got 78.
So still USA in the lead with 7, France with 3, who are second, and Canada with 2, who are third. Well done. Right. Let's go. Yes, I can keep track of the chat. Yep, I'm using the chat from the YouTube studio, which I can scroll up and down on so I can see who gets the first answer. Okay, question number 4. Here we go. Calculators at the ready. The year the First World War ended, minus the year the Declaration of Independence was signed.
1918.
So the year that the First
year of
World War ended,
independence.
take away the year the Declaration of Independence was signed.
1776.
Looking for a number there.
1918.
You got
Away
it.
you go. Wow, that was quick. That was quick. Someone knows their history pretty well. It's the person who I can't pronounce beginning with P, 84. The answer I was looking for was 142, again from France. So that's taking France to 4 points. The First World War ended in 1918 and the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776. So 1918, take away
Oh, my brain does remember some numbers then.
142. Well done. Right.
America's independence, Dora.
Yeah, July 4th.
Question number 5. The year of the first World Cup. So the year of the first football FIFA World Cup. Take away the year Romeo and Juliet was originally published. So the year of the first World Cup minus the year Romeo and Juliet was originally published.
Don't know. 1710.
Okay, some pretty quick answers there.
I know. When did Shakespeare write this stuff?
Death said if
Nothing
Terse was
correct
in the
yet.
quiz, no one would stand a chance.
I think we've got a winner, and I think it's Mitch Carpenter again. 333 was the answer I'm looking for. Well done, Mitch. Well done for Canada. Another point for you.
Well, it's French.
So, yes, the first World Cup was in 1930, and Romeo and Juliet was originally published in 1597. Take one away from the other, and you get 333. Right, the last question of this round.
Than I thought.
So really, France and Canada in with a shout here to catch America. Question 6 then. We want the year that the first ever iPhone came out. The year that the first ever iPhone came out minus the year that Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. So the year the first iPhone came out, take away the year that Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. What number do you get?
Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. I remember what his second invention was.
Wow, a lot of quick answers here.
What?
The second telephone.
Table.
Has anyone got it right?
Yeah.
The other telephone,
Yeah.
Oh, Duncan, very, very close, Duncan.
Oh, I can't remember. Can't remember Alexander Graham Bell. What year he built it? He done it with Samuel Morse, actually.
Don't think anyone's got it yet.
He was in cahoots with Samuel Morse when they developed that. In case someone would like
Come on,
to
one of you
know.
must have got it. Yes.
Which iPhone?
Yuri.
The Cisco or
Well done.
Apple?
Answer is 131. And Yuri is representing Antarctica.
What? Somebody's down in Antarctica? That wouldn't be somebody we know that goes down
Possibly
there.
trying to trigger the flat earthers there on that one.
Yeah.
Good.
I know of
Okay.
somebody that goes
So,
down there.
round 3 is done. And the scores are as follows. USA in the lead with 7.
Irish
are
Jew said the
second
telephone
with
bill
4,
was the third
and
invention.
Canada are third with 3, and then we've got a host of countries on 1. We've got 10 questions left, 10 points up for grabs, so there could be a country that's not even on there who could still win.
Yeah, we could if we
Here we
were
go.
there.
Round number 4 is sporting legends. Chad, Antarctica is not a country. Correct, but I'm putting it on there in the hope that it triggers some flat earthers. So, what are you going to do? Right. Round 4 then is sport. And question number 1 is as follows.
Hey, Pip.
Michael Jordan has won more NBA Finals MVPs than anyone else in history. But who is the only player to ever win it as a rookie? Who is the only player to ever win it as a rookie? The NBA Finals MVP.
Nope, I don't
Who's
know
the guy that shot somebody and held the guy?
Not Scottie
hostage in
Pippen,
the
not
car?
Kareem, not Kobe.
None of those guys.
Oh.
The answer is pure magic.
Ah, that was magic, was it?
Yeah.
Not LeBron.
Were you in this hangout?
Winebrock 1.7.
Lou, when he
Well
did
done
this?
from Germany, who got the correct answer there of Magic
Yeah,
Johnson.
I watched some of it.
Well done. Magic Johnson's the only person to ever win the MVP, NBA Finals MVP as a rookie. Germany, well done. You moved to 2. Right. Question number 2. The Golf Grand Slam is the name given to 4 calendar year tournaments. The Open, the PGA Championship, the US Open, and which other tournament? So the Golf Grand Slam consists of the Open, the PGA Championship, the US Open, and which other tournament?
What's the one in Scotland?
Wow, that
No,
was
it's
quick.
not that one.
That was really quick. That was Bobby
Masters.
Swish from
Oh,
America,
the Masters.
who got the correct answer of the Masters.
Yes,
Well done,
the
Bobby.
Masters.
You've taken America to 8 points. Well done. Question number 3. Roger Federer has won the most men's Wimbledon titles ever with 12. The most women's titles won is also 12, but by whom? So Wimbledon, Roger Federer's won 12. The most won by a
Venus
woman is
Williams.
also 12, but who was that
Nope.
lady?
If it wasn't, if it wasn't
Not
Williams,
Serena.
who else would
Oh.
it be?
A German woman.
At least someone got this right
Not
from England.
German, but a funny
So-
name though.
The answer is it was England. Whew, okay. Arthur, fuck's sake, got the correct answer. Martina Navratilova, 12
That's
Wimbledon
it.
titles.
Martina Navratilova, yeah.
Well
I
done,
was thinking of
Arthur, for getting
Where was
Steffi
she?
England
Graf.
another
I was
point.
thinking of.
Good job.
I don't remember where she's from.
Right, question number 4. Which
Yeah,
country
some-
has
like
got to the
Yugoslavia or
final
something.
of the World Cup
Yeah.
the most number of times, but have never won it in their history? Which country has got to the final of the FIFA World Cup, the Football World Cup, the most number of times, but has never, ever won it? Good shout early on there. Who was that? Is that Arthur again? No, he was pipped by Gon FV2104 from Spain, who got the correct answer of Netherlands. Netherlands have been to the final, the World
Irish
Cup
stew.
final 3 times and have never won
Mr.
it. So a point for
Nat.
Spain. Well done.
Mr. Navratilova.
I think France and Canada might be the only people who can catch USA now. Question number 5.
England.
The Six Nations is an annual rugby tournament that contains England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, France, and which other country?
Australia.
Six Nations. The Rugby Six Nations is England, Scotland, Wales,
Australia.
France, Ireland, and which other country?
Oh, did he say Wales?
Arthur, that was really quick. Arthur again, I'll call him Arthur F now. Again from England, got it right with the answer of Italy. So England moves to 3 points.
Oh, it's
Well done,
Italy.
Arthur.
No, you got it wrong, Matt.
Yes, Italy are the sixth side I was looking for there in the Six Nations. Right. Question number 6. The longest standing track record is the women's what? The longest standing athletics track record is
10
the
mile.
women's what?
Isn't the what they call it? Not the cycle. They use cycle swimming.
400 no,
running.
1600 no, 100 no, 400 no, 200 no.
5.
Nah, it's a race.
WJ Koopman, well done. Oh no.
5.
No. Silver Fern. Silver Fern
10,000
Kiwi.
meters.
Well done. It was the 800 metres.
Oh.
And you are from New Zealand. Point for New Zealand. Well done. I think USA have got it now, but we'll carry on regardless. Yeah, 800 metre record, which has been held for, I think, since like the 80s. Okay, question number 7. This might not be good for you guys, America. It depends how much you like snooker or not. I'd like you to calculate the following snooker break. Red, green, red, black, red, black, red, pink, red. So you calculate the following break in snooker. Red, green,
147.
Red, black, red,
Hi,
pink,
good morning.
and red.
Morning, Pip.
Hello, Pip. No, it won't be 147, Pip.
Oh,
that's the only thing I could think of.
We've got an answer.
Oh, right.
It's 28. Well done, Martin Pendry. 28. He has managed to obtain the first point for Wales. Well done. Well done, Martin. Good job. Right, question number 8. Here we go. Any boxing fans in the house? In which weight division did Muhammad Ali win his Olympic gold medal? In which weight division did Muhammad Ali win his Olympic gold medal?
Middleweight.
Welterweight. Welterweight.
Welt.
Up one.
And we do have an answer. Loads of people going for heavyweight, which is the obvious. But
Light
when he was
heavyweight.
in the Olympics, he was only a light heavyweight. Light heavyweight.
Yeah.
So that means the winner is hang on.
Me, but you ignored me, goddammit.
Lee Collison. Lee Collison from Scotland. Well done. Oh no, Les White, sorry. Both from Scotland anyway. So Scotland get themselves a point.
Yay!
Good night, Rocket Scientist.
No.
Night Rocket.
Night Rocket.
Oh, Rocket.
Yeah, so he wasn't quite as heavy in his early career
He's
when,
got
he
good
was
night.
competing in the Olympics, so he was a light heavyweight.
You must be tired. You misspelled it.
Right, 2 questions to go. Question number 9. Eliud Kipchoge is the current marathon world record holder, but at which marathon did he break the world record? At which marathon did he break the world record? Eliud Kipchoge, marathon world record
New York.
holder. That was really quick. Nutlow from South Africa, straight in there with Berlin. The Berlin Marathon. That was
Oh,
where
you're a long way off, Pip.
Eliud Kipchoge
Yep.
broke the marathon world record. So South Africa moved to 2 points. Well done.
Sport. No, nothing.
So the final question, question number 10. So this should be good for you, American fans, or anyone who likes American football. So question number 10,
God.
the words Commissioner, Wilson, and what other phrase have been printed on every single Super Bowl game football made by Wilson since day one?
Now,
since
what
day
in the
one.
hell would that be?
So the words Commissioner Wilson and what other phrase have been printed on every single Super Bowl
Then
ball since day one?
Super Bowl?
no.
Football.
Loads of
No.
answers here.
Definitely not.
Nothing yet. Oh, I think we've got one.
What is it, Blue?
I'm pretty sure.
Made in America.
Right.
Yes, we have. Linda Keck, made in USA.
That's a bit bloody obvious.
Made in USA is the other phrase.
Yeah,
and you are
made in
also
USA.
from USA, which makes you... Well, it means you give USA another point, which means they get 9 points. And that is an absolute crushing from USA. Absolute crushing. Well done, guys. So in first position, we've got USA. In second position, we have France with 4 points. And then joint third is England, way, and Canada. So well done, guys. Thank you, Brute Force. Thank you very much.
France should be timed out.
So this was just kind of a trial. I didn't know if it would work. I understand that there was probably a bit of issue with the chat.
The side up, I
catching
don't
up.
know.
I promise you, I was keeping up with the ones that did come through first.
It's
through
the whole
my
world got
YouTube
something against
studio
France.
rather than the chat on the channel video. So if everyone enjoyed that, then I might do another one same time next week.
Bloody hell, it was a
If it
crushing
keeps the
defeat,
boredom at
really.
bay, you can all swat up. And if we keep doing it, then we'll rack up a few wins. The country that wins the most.
I've done this before on my channel.
We'll crown
similar.
a champion. We'll call USA the champions for the moment.
But I haven't had a setup where
as
you
much
could
as,
do the
as
score on a board.
I'm going to
sort
get
of
it
thing.
from Team Skeptic. So well done USA. 9 points. We'll give you
That
the
was
trophy
rigged.
for the moment. And
Rigged, I tell you.
all being well, I'll do another one next week. And,
just more of them.
We'll carry on doing it and try and get through this together. So well done.
If you
couple of
delete
things
the
I wanna say
USA's
before I
answers,
finish. First
France
off,
wins.
if any of you got any children that need help with science and maths, a few YouTubers and I have clubbed together and we've created a channel called the Core Learning Network. The Core Learning Network. So if you search that on YouTube, I haven't done anything yet, but AB Science is involved. Conspiracy Cats is involved, and a good friend of mine, Chris, who's got a great math channel, he's involved as well. So have a look at that if you get the chance. Core Learning Network is the channel name. Secondly, please don't forget April the 1st. It is not a April Fool's joke. April the 1st is the first day that the Simon Dan show is coming out. The first episode is out on April the 1st. Really excited for that. 6 episodes in the first season. See how it goes, and hopefully it will carry on, and we'll carry on after that. But yes, April the 1st, Wednesday. Keep an eye out for the first episode of the Simon Dan show. Thanks very much. See you all later. Have a good one. Stay safe. Stay indoors. Isolate. Be good. Bye-bye.
I can. Simon Dan.
Kangaroos. Are they Australia's best animal or just...
What? Where'd that
Or
come
just interfering with Terry's stream.
from? Yeah,
Just a bunch of bloody
Where'd that come-
dumbass.
Where'd that come from? Where'd I get that from?
YouTube.
Oh yeah, I had it
Says
on the.
so at the
It was
top
on the
there.
tabs there, ready to go. Yeah. Flurfers have started a YouTube learning channel too. Have they really? That'll be interesting.
Lol.
that would be interesting.
I'm sure it's the Flurfers were writ the first computer magazines when they first come out, and they started to put CDs on the front of them. And one of the clever magazines decided to do a tutorial how to build a computer. You just put this disk in your computer, and it'll show you how to build a computer.
But you need a computer?
Yeah, you need a computer to read the disk contents to see how to build a computer.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
That's like that picture I got with the can opener. It comes in a can.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the packet of scissors that come in those sealed plastic containers, and it says, please use scissors to open.
Yeah.
Well, I'm about to go and have dinner, and I'm waiting as soon as Peter gets back. Got another kangaroo one here. Might as well get the kangaroos out of the way.
Yeah.
Kangaroos. Are they Australia's best animal, or just a bunch of big bloody dumbasses? I reckon option B. Seriously, 90% of the time, they're total morons. And it starts from a young age. This mother is like, Vincent, come out of the pouch. Come get some exercise. He's like, nah, I don't want to leave home. I'm not ready. Give me a few more years. Do you know how expensive the cost of living is for young Joeys out in the bush? She has to fight him. She's saying, grow up, get out, go get a damn job. But it's too hard for him. He's too much of a dickhead already. He just wants to leech off his mum for as long as possible. Okay, fine, I can't be too hard on them because this little legend of an orphan is fair dinkum cute as fuck. I would say this kangaroo is an Aussie battler. Hands down, a genuine Aussie battler. Bring this kid a pouch. He deserves a pouch anytime. Yep, there we go. This is 5-star luxury accommodation. The human is like, now I can take him anywhere. I can take him to the shops. I can take him to the footy. I can take him to the pub. Whenever he wants to bounce, no worries. I just let him out of my makeshift man pouch. Oh, they do like to fight. It's true. They fight all the time. I couldn't tell you if they have a legitimate reason for so much conflict. I suppose they scratch each other's eyes and kick each other in the balls over the usual stuff, such as Sheila's, land, food, money, same as us. Oh, look at that kick to the guts. That is a bigger hit than John Farnham's The Voice. Personal comfort is important for a kangaroo. Again, similar to us, we don't like feeling restricted. Unfortunately, doing this in a park near a barbecue could lead to a criminal record for a human. It depends on the type of park and barbecue you're at, though it could be okay. Is it weird that watching this gives me relief? In Australia, it's not just people in cars getting cranky at cyclists. Sometimes the kangaroos are like, stay in your bloody lane, mate, whammy! They like to get involved. They like to make their voices heard when it comes to the big, controversial issues everyone argues about. It's fair to say that Skippy is the most famous kangaroo ever. He did a lot to put our country on the map. I know everyone loves Hugh Jackman, Nicole Kidman, and Fat Cat. He was pretty famous, but Skippy was the true pioneer of our entire arts industry. Oh, look, Roger the Buff Roo was famous on the internet. He was a national treasure. Rest in peace, old mate Roger, with your bucket-crushing skills. Overall, they are definitely idiots. They're pretty lazy and they argue too much, but we love them. Look at that little face. How you going, you big bloody beautiful legends? Here's me face. This video was proudly sponsored by Hungry Jacks. Stick around for the ad. You Aussies will see what we did with it. You'll get what we did with it. How does it happen? You're driving a truck, pulling an all-nighter, racing to stop them from going under. You sure got a hunger. A hard-earned hunger needs a big juicy burger. And the best flame-grilled burger is a Whopper. A big juicy Whopper. It can come at any time. You're taking a bow or feeding a cow. Matter of fact, I got it now. Hungry Jack's, home of the all-day Whopper.
I did that just look like a Burger King.
It did, didn't it? Just like Burger King.
Yeah.
Same font, logo, everything.
I reckon all them guys have got really tiny hands though, because I can hold them burgers in one hand.
Yeah.
You
They don't
certainly
look like
need,
they are there.
Yeah, you certainly don't need two hands to hold them. Strange world records.
All right, Terry, dinner's on and cooking.
G'day, Peter.
Hello, Pip. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Everything okay over there?
Oh, yeah, just another day.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dinner's ready any minute now, Peter, so it's a race between the two of us.
Oh, no, yours will win. I got chicken drumsticks and a whole heap of them for me and the girls, so I'm cooking them all at once.
What, in the oven, or?
Yeah, in the oven, so they'll take, I don't know, 40 minutes, half an hour or
You
something.
got a gas oven or electric oven?
Yeah, gas with fan forced.
Oh shit, you're going good. I hate those electric ovens. You've got to wait an hour before it heats up.
Nah, not now.
Yeah, the new ones, Terry, aren't too bad.
I can put my oven up to 200 degrees from cold, stone cold, and within 5 minutes that's up to temperature.
So
Okay.
my mum's got one of the electric. It's an electric oven, but it's a gas cooktop.
Oh, nice.
And I don't know. I don't know if it's a ceramic heating element inside of it. I don't. It's magic, you know. But it's got a whiz bang panel at the front of it that you can set the preheat for how long the preheat stays at 200, and when it kicks back down to whatever your cooking temperature is, and yeah, it's almost a computer of its own.
Air fryers rule.
They do, they do, they do.
Yes, they do.
Never tried one.
What the hell are air fries?
An active
Not
fryer
a hair
kind of
fryer, air fryer.
I did say air.
Imagine if you will, Mad.
An active fry.
So
Yeah,
imagine if you will, your slow cooker, but instead of having your slow cooker base, as in the heating in the base of it, they've got like a quartz halogen, and a fan that goes on top of it.
Oh, so it's radiated frying rather than.
Well, you get that kind. Mine isn't a halogen. Mine is an actual air fryer.
Oh, okay.
Hot air.
Yeah, well, that's what these are. They've got like a fan in it, and they blow the hot air down.
Yeah, I had a halogen one, but my God, it was bright.
Just
didn't
like
need the lights on.
Just like a convection oven.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Little standalone convection thing.
They are fantastic for anyone that's batching or something like that, because you can cook a whole meal in the air fryer itself. Just put it all in, hit the go button, and it's all cooked all at once.
The one I've got is slightly different.
Oh, okay.
Although they're getting fancy. You can get baking parts and that for them now, like you can bake cakes in them. But you can do chips and chicken and sausages and everything. You just need a tiny bit of oil.
Use the heat gun. On you, Sean.
Use the heat gun.
You'd only do that on a construction site.
Yeah, make good toasted sandwiches on a construction site with a heat gun. Are you talking about the flame ones or the air ones? The heat gun. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just the ones you plug in the wall, Terry, like the.
Yeah, the air one I used down the shed, like I was using today down the shed.
Yeah, they got killy elements inside that just blows hot air.
Like mine goes speed 1, speed 2.
So
really hot air.
Yeah, it is
so
really
what do they use in? What do they use in the air fryers now instead of like a halogen bulb or whatever?
Well, the Tefal one I've got is literally just hot air.
It's what they're using to heat the air up with.
Yeah.
Chuffing engine.
Chuff the engine.
It'd have to be a coil or something like that.
I would have thought it's either a coil or it must be a light of some form.
See, the only reason they used to use the old halogen globes is because they were fairly cheap to replace. So it kept the cost point of the product down. But
yeah, well, the actuators are not cheap at all.
Yeah, well, like First Death said before, they're very inefficient as far as when they're using just the
like a
the
supercharged
halogen.
hair dryer. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of
You're quite
oxyacetylene would work, Irish. Yeah.
Yeah, you can quite welcome with the oxyacetylene. I don't want black chips now. Yeah, they won't taste very nice.
I'm trying to find out some specs for you.
Acetylene is a dirty.
Oh, now I'm
gas.
getting air fries spammed in Fair Suck now.
Oh, that's all right. I'll go over to Fair Suck and look.
I just put a picture in. Heating element. It just says heating element, hot air circulation.
Oh, Stu said women talking. Yeah, women talking here, Stewie.
Well, I'm an acting mother. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Dora, my other one blew up, and I was panicking because I was trying to have a GoFundMe to get a new.
Yeah, take it to Bits Pip for science.
100 quid a machine? I don't think so.
They worth it, Pip?
Oh, definitely worth it.
I've got the sandwich press, and I use the sandwich press for things like steaks and stuff like that because I like cheese.
Is it the Tifa one, the Optical?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Slap a steak in it, does it perfect for you.
Perfect. Absolutely. It's still pink in the middle.
Yep.
Where'd you put the wine?
In my belly.
In your stomach.
Yeah, but you got to cook steak in wine.
So the trick there, Mad, trick there is Ziploc bags. So about an hour and a half, 2 hours before you cook it, in the Ziploc bag, put your meat in there, close it up, whack it back in the fridge, and the meat will suck up the wine.
Yeah, I do that anyway.
I've just got to go and sort my dinner out. I'll play this video.
You made Terry hungry.
No, I was getting dinner ready anyway. I'll play Ragical's video.
You got 25 minutes there.
Yeah, 25 minutes. Oh,
Ah,
doorbell.
yes. Donny
That's
of DAYTONA.
Farmer of
Now,
here will keep you
I've
entertained.
watched a bunch of videos by Logicked on this guy, and let me tell you, this is one of those men who does Pareidolia on a whole nother level. Not to mention he is extremely allergic to any form of criticism, or people trying to educate him on the obvious mistakes he makes. Now, apart from exposing this guy's ignorance on camera work, I guess you could also consider this particular video I'm doing right now an educational video. Mostly on the basics on photography. Now, Donny here will stand in as the person who does everything wrong and says everything wrong, and I will correct him. So it's gonna be interesting, I'm sure. So, he claims to be a photographer. Now, let me tell you, he has improved his photography, but he still hasn't a clue what the hell is going on inside the camera or what the things do in there. He just says things and all those things are wrong. But don't try and correct him on it. I mean, he's gonna ignore you as a troll for some reason.
Enjoy. Strap in, guys. I think I got some definitive proof or more proof to add to the file that this thing exists.
So, those two pictures are completely different. I'm not even sure what the reference is for the other picture. I mean, I guess it's some video somewhere, but it would help if you actually get a link in your description to the picture you take. So I'm guessing it's either a solar array, or now that I actually look at it, it looks more like a telescope mirror. But hey, let's have a look at your fancy picture here and see what's wrong with it. So that mirror array for telescope mirror on the right there is a completely different shape as your fancy blob on the left. First of all, your blobby shape in the left side is a hexagon, while on the other side we have a dodecagon. And that's not even mentioning its shape is really irregular compared to the straight lines of your hexagon on the left there. And where exactly is the middle hexagon on the solar array on your blobby thing? It's not there now, is it?
Alright guys, so if you'd like stick around for a monologue at the end of this video. I was gonna actually put it in the beginning of the video, but I thought maybe it'd be better to just get right to the point.
What? A conspiracy man who gets straight to the point? Now don't take this personally, Donny of Daytona, but I'll believe it when I see it.
So let's get into this. Now, I all the time try to, see, that's what's great about being someone like myself and people like many of you who make videos like this, is we try to debunk ourselves first. Like, I want so bad for this not to be this, but...
Now that sounds like wishful thinking there, because every time you get corrected, you jump into defensive mode or ignore it, so... not a good track record there, Donny of Daytona, but hey, I'm an optimist.
So I took this drone flight this morning, like I always do, especially when the mornings look crazy. I was actually going to go to the shoreline today because I had the opportunity to, but when I saw what was rising and the congestion that was in the sky, it didn't let me want it. It didn't make me want to go. There was no inspiration to go because I knew it was going to be a crappy shooting day, whether I was at my house or at the shoreline. So I just stayed at the house and launched from there.
Spiffy, so this is what you call getting straight to the point, eh? Oh, I could edit all this stuff out. I already edited a lot out, and you know, I'm just at awe how you don't get straight to the point. I mean, you know, there is a thing as post-processing, but you know, I kinda gave you guys the 60% of what he was saying, and holy hell, this man likes to drone on. And contrary to popular belief, I don't do puns.
So there is about a 3.5 minute flight. If you'd like to see it, it's played in a 4 times speed. It was actually like a 20-minute flight, but it's paid 4 times faster, so it's much faster.
You know what would help, Donny of Daytona? If you would get to the point faster. I could also play you at 4 times the speed, but no one would understand you. Oh wow. I also like to drone on, but hey, at least I'm interesting to listen to. That's just because I like the sound of my own voice. Ooh, don't you like my voice? I should start an ASMR channel, probably. Hey, Donny, come on, let's get on with it, shall we?
So anyway, but you can see it takes shape. Like you can see the sun is heavily congested on purpose to block out. So when it rises above the most heavy congestion, maybe it was a mistake. Maybe they were expecting to be less visible. I don't know. But what arose at the end of this 20-minute flight was a hexagonal sun. And I'm not saying this is because my aperture has 6 points on it.
So from what I can tell on your channel, you have some videos on there which say it's a Mavic Pro or a Mavic Mini. Now to have a camera with an adjustable aperture, you need a Mavic 2 Pro, Zoom or Hasselblad version. The light in your camera for your Mavic Mini is controlled through shutter speed, ISO sensitivity, and to compensate for the lack of an aperture, you can add an ND filter on top of the lens to control how much light gets into the camera, which is mostly used when there's too much light out and you want to have the 180 rule, where your shutter speed is twice that of your frame rate for smooth video. Like sometimes you even want to have an ND filter on the camera for video, mostly because the aperture can't actually compensate for the amount of light coming into the camera, so you need an ND filter to get the 180 rule.
I'm a photographer. I know what creates when you shoot your camera at the sun straight up, just a normal camera, no filter, no adjustment in exposure or adjustment in the ISO or shutter speed, nothing.
Yeah, you get lens flare and overcompensation of your sensor if it can't handle all the light coming in. So, you're a photographer. Yes, everyone who holds a camera is a photographer. Now, I myself am an amateur photographer, but I actually looked into how the frigging thing works so I can get the best out of my camera. You seem to be just winging it, photographer. I don't even call myself that. I know how a camera works much better than you, but I don't call myself a photographer, even though I can make spiffy pictures like this. Or this, which was shot with my Pareidolia. And you better believe it, I took this opportunity to show off my fancy skills here.
And you take some images of the sun, it's going to be hexagonal because your aperture probably has 6 points and some cameras have 8. I think mine might have 8 on this drone because it's 4K.
Wait, what? Did you just say it has an aperture of 8 because you're just shooting at 4K? So wait, what happens if you lower the resolution? Does your aperture somehow change?
So it has more aperture, but anyway.
Wait, what? No!
more points to the aperture. And all that is how big the iris opens to let light in to the image and create the picture.
Oh boy. So yeah, that is partially correct. You know, I've noticed that you have things that are partially correct and somehow you don't really understand what the actual idea behind the aperture is. So let's just get a picture of a lens showing the aperture on screen here. So as you can see, it is in a way the iris of the eye, or in this case a lens. Now an aperture as shown here is adjustable. The main goal is to control how much light is coming into the lens and onto the sensor or film, but that's not all it does. Have you ever wondered how people are able to get those landscape shots where everything seems to be in focus? Now this is accomplished by closing down the aperture to at least f11 or even smaller. You'll notice the higher the number, the smaller the aperture. Kinda unintuitive, but hey, that's how it is. Or when you take a picture of someone and the background or even the foreground is all blurry. This is accomplished by opening up the aperture to a smaller number, usually around f2.8. This effect is called depth of field, which simply translates into smaller aperture, more stuff in focus, larger aperture, less stuff in focus. And technically it's not really the focus, but it's just what is blurry and what is not. Also, the blurrier you want the background to be, this is also why you need ND filters during the day for video content. You need those to have more control over the shutter speed. This is something you want to be twice as fast as your frame rate for that 180 rule for smooth video. For example, 30 FPS video requires a 1/60th of a second shutter speed. Now there are exceptions to the rule of course, for specific effects, but this is the rule of thumb. Now there is one more thing to note about the aperture. Any highlights in the blurry parts of your picture will show up as blobs, and these blobs take the shape of your aperture. So if your aperture has 6 blades, they will show up as hexagons. If your aperture has 8 blades, they will show up as octagons, and so on. And there's also lenses that actually have curved blades, so the highlights are less jaggy. And how pronounced these highlights are depends on how small your depth of field is. So in general, less in focus, ergo opening up the aperture to a smaller f number, you'll see more of those highlight blobs, shaped like the aperture.
So, and it works pretty much, the intake works pretty much the same for video, but then the processing is different for video because it's interlaced frames instead of pixels.
Really?
What? What did he just say?
So, because it's moving, so they have to do it differently.
So, basically you don't understand the difference
God.
between progressive frames and interlaced frames. I mean, it just physically hurt me what you just said. A digital camera records... it records in progressive frames, square pixels, and if it is recording at 4K, or 2.7K, or 1080p, or 720p, or 480p even, it's recording at a ratio of 16:9. That's basically the shape of your monitor, or your TV. Oh well, here we go again. So let's take for instance 1080p and 1080i. The P stands for progressive and the I stands for interlaced. That in and of itself should have been a big hint there, Donny. So what it comes down to, interlace is basically a bandwidth saver. It sends 2 fields at an interval. One field contains half the information of what the progressive frame would send. Due to the interval, it is possible to rebuild the picture from each interlaced frame at an interval offset it's being sent. This way you don't have to send the entire frame, but can in real time rebuild the frame. However, you do lose about half the vertical resolution by doing this. And as such, you'd want to use progressive mode. I mean, we don't have the bandwidth issues anymore as we used to have. Now, I'm pretty sure I in some way screwed up the description, but it is close to what it is, and if you want to know more about this stuff, there's videos going in depth into the magic of interlaced versus progressive scan. Translation, I can't be arsed to go deeper into the bloody difference of the things, you know. I don't even care, but hey, I care enough to slap you around for a bit.
So I always shoot video because, you know, people say pictures are easy to fake. So videos is for an inexperienced person, video is a little harder to fake. I would say I'm inexperienced even though I know a lot about cameras.
Huh.
So when I shot this video, which these are screenshots of the video, at the tail end, before I started, about 4 minutes before I started to land the bird, I noticed that there was a reason why for the heavy congestion, and it was a hexagonal imprint on the clouds. And you know, when a light source projects an image onto the clouds, the image it projects is usually the shape of the light source. That's why we often see round halos, because maybe what we're seeing is an image from a real sun or the biblical sun and moon.
All right, let's get to for fuck's sake. So, because you think there is some kind of hexagonal shape there, it's projecting it on the cloud. It's just because of the shape of the cloud that it is projecting some kind of hexagonal shape. It looks more round to me, though. But hey, maybe my pareidolia is not up to snuff, eh?
But when we see hexagonal imprints on these heavily congested chemtrail skies, I like to think that...
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. You don't understand what a cloud is. These are clouds, mate. These are just clouds. They're not even coming from a bloody tail end of a plane. I mean, what the hell are you doing? This is just a freaking cloud. Also, chemtrail is not the word you're looking for. The word you're looking for is contrail. But hey, conspiracy minds are weird.
It may possibly be a simulated light source, like the patented one that I showed in an image here.
Oh man, what the hell? Is this just a picture you took of some kind of light somewhere? Give us some more information. I mean, you constantly keep spouting nonsense. We might want to have some more information about your nonsense. I mean, at least link us up or something. This is me assuming you took the picture and uploaded it on, well, somewhere. I'm guessing YouTube, your channel, somewhere in the video, hidden somewhere, you know, somewhere.
That we've all seen before.
Now, Donny, I don't want to be a party pooper here, but they don't look anything alike. They literally look like two different things. If something has a vague shape to something vague that is vague, you are so vague, Donny. Why are you so vague? Are you not even in focus, mate? And with that, I mean you yourself, not actually you. God damn it. You're even making me do the weird thing now. These things do not look alike, Donny.
Now this is where it's going to get crazy.
Look at that. Donny came back in focus. Also crazy. Really? And what exactly do you call the last 13.5 minutes?
Look at these pictures. These are just, like I said, screenshots. Can you see how not only it's leaving a hexagonal imprint like on here, like you can tell that's a hexagon, but even the extensions of the rays create a hexagon. Look up there. I'm not joking. Watch. Do you see it now? Look at. Let me draw it better so it's not all sketchy. Okay.
Let's not, shall we? Let me help you out there. I mean, what the hell is this even? Oh, hey, if you actually ignore the glow of the sun, you can see some kind of hexagonal shape. I don't see the bigger one though, Donny, but hey, maybe your pareidolia is more advanced than me. Probably. But here's the kicker. You can also draw a circle. I mean, it's clear you're just seeing things that are not there because you're starting from some kind of conclusion that this thing somehow is this thing, which doesn't even look like this thing, because it is not this thing. Hey, you Spiffy still with me? Because I kind of lost track here because Donny is gonna Donny.
Okay, you see a hexagon sun.
No, we don't. And I'll be right back.
This is a possibility. The more I've been seeing it, the more you can look at it. I've been seeing it at the wee hours of dusk. The sun has already set. Those last hour where it still looks like there's light coming from that direction, you can see this. It appears to be, I've been calling it black goo. It's some type of chemical spray, aerosol spray, probably done at altitudes. I haven't seen planes delivering it, but it's black.
Oh, great. So we're gonna go into the black goo thing, which are basically clouds, right? And clouds usually blow apart when there's wind and when it's near dusk or dawn. It's a bit darker, you know? So clouds will be shadow casted, so they will be dark. It's not black goo, Donny, DAYTONA, my man. I mean, oh boy.
And the way it manifests in the sky looks like it's programmable. So is this possible programmable matter? After you see the evidence, then decide. Don't just sell me some shorter conspiracy theory just by my intro.
Oh, trust me, mate. I cut out your intro. I also don't really watch your intro. Your intro is bloody 23 seconds long. What the hell is that even? I do have an intro that's like 1.5 minutes long, but hey, I cut it out once the video was done. Also, I do iPremiere, so it's basically streaming too. Never mind. Let's see your black goo, your programmable nanites, or whatever you want to call it.
Look at the evidence first, and then decide.
Uh-huh.
Check this out. Okay, guys, this was shot 2 nights ago. I've been tracking this particular time to shoot.
Let me just interject real quick here. So basically you've been tracking the time to shoot these clouds. The thing is, why didn't you track the clouds so you could actually see how they were formed, how they were shaped, and how they ended up like this during dusk? You know, it's kind of a, you know, you kind of live in the moment. And anything around that moment is not interesting to you because it doesn't serve your, dare I say, narrative there, Donny.
As you can see, without any contrast, there's that eerie black goo I was talking about. Adding a little contrast, you can see weird geometric shapes in the same place I found them the other day.
Huh?
Triangle there. And the fact that this stuff doesn't move the way clouds do. Here you go, some more intricate. It looks like swarm of bees. It reminds me so much of Revelations. Locusts.
They don't move. What do you mean they don't move? Why don't you take a time lapse of them so you can see them move and form and, you know, do actually take some... What the hell was that? Was that your zipper?
Locusts.
Hey, calm down here, Donny. I mean, I run a family-friendly show here. You even have me flustered right now. Holy hell. Put hands above the table. Hands above the table, everyone. What the hell, Donny? I mean, that's... I have no words for that.
It reminds me so much of Revelations. Locusts.
Now tell me that's not your zipper. I mean, it reminds me so much of Revelation. The way you said that, it's really disturbing. I mean, okay, let's move on, shall we? This is just getting ridiculous right now. Oh, this is too funny, man. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I deserve that. Well, actually, he does.
The way they would group together and form Pareidolia type images.
Yep.
Things that you recognize as it shifts like clouds.
Huh. Yeah.
But this is far from clouds. Look at the triangle.
All right. Calm down, Cannon Crew. I mean, holy hell. I enjoy shooting off screen as much as the next guy, but Pareidolia. Look at the clouds. But these are not clouds. I mean, he basically debunked himself in a way. He knows what Pareidolia is, but he doesn't apply it to his Pareidolia. I mean, yeah, that seems about... I'll be right back.
As you can see, geometric shapes are being covered, as I'm indicating with this evil sickle.
Wait. You're not pointing... You're not even positioning this... I mean, I see a triangle there, but not at the position where you are. What are you actually pointing at? Is it this?
Here also, pointed out by the sickle, is a planetary shadow.
What? What the hell is he on about? There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
Here's where I blow your mind. This was from the other day, in the exact same place. A planetary image, displayed by the sickle.
There's nothing there. Donny, there's nothing there. What are you doing? Maybe you have a smudge on your monitor or something. I don't understand. What the hell is Maybe you need to clean your monitor. There's nothing there.
And also, the triangle.
There is no triangle there. There is no triangle there. Okay, Google. What does it mean when you see things that aren't actually there?
That would be a hallucination. A hallucination involves seeing, hearing, smelling, or tasting something that doesn't actually exist. Hallucinations can be the result of mental health problems like Alzheimer's disease, dementia, or schizophrenia, but also be caused by other things including alcohol or drugs.
Yeah, I was gonna go for Pareidolia, but this guy is doing something else. He's actually seeing things that are not there. He's not seeing just patterns.
Ragical. You wouldn't be talking to Donny of DAYTONA.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I am.
You might want to abort mission.
What do you mean? We're almost done here.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Uh-huh. Well, judging from the amount of facepalms, you might be correct. Hey, thank you, Google.
You're certainly very welcome indeed.
2 days in a row of this programmable matter hiding the same shapes. That perfect circle and that perfect triangle. They're in the same exact places, guys. You can go back and watch. But That is amazing. This has got to be the nanite bytes or nanite programmable matter that everyone's been talking about. It's got to be.
Or you know, clouds. Clouds, Donny. They're clouds. Now, if you actually were to follow the cloud and see it form and then end up in this kind of shape, you would know it's a cloud. Oh, I mean, god damn it, Google was right.
Damn straight.
Fine, fine. Donny of Daytona. I will sentence you to become a...
And it has a specific task.
Oh, rude. He's interrupting me, guys.
Obviously, it's hiding some type of sphere and triangle. Where are those geometric shapes coming from?
All
Obviously your warped mind.
Holy hell. How does it feel to be burned by Google Girl? And on that note, I sentence you to become a jester in the Order of the Sillies, Donny of Daytona. I do hope you enjoy your stay. Might want to stay away from the Pret, though. He's a bit smelly. And as for you, Spiffies, you know the drill. Tickle the bell and I'll bounce around it and I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. This was more than Pareidolia. I think he has sent it to the next level or something.
Yeah. I thought I'd seen Riley as the most stupidest person so far, but this guy is just what?
Special.
Yeah, that was odd. And good morning, by the way.
Oh, good morning, farmers.
Good morning.
Farmers.
No, happy
Hello.
breakfast.
Hello, Pip. Hello, Alan.
Alan.
Hello, Alan.
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 Steve.
With that video, all I can say is I see a duck.
Did you mention the lightning though?
Oh, yeah, about halfway through I remembered I forgot to mention lightning.
Oh dear.
What do these people get? I assume he's the Bible pastor. Yeah. What do they put in the tea or water at the church?
It does make you wonder, doesn't it?
Just a bit. Are they worried about drug users?
Is he using some strange herbal extra in his tea? Just slipping a little something in there?
It's a colder packet of stupid.
It's
Buy
blood
one,
they
get
drink,
one.
isn't it? It's
Sorry?
blood. It's blood they drink in the church, isn't it? The blood of Christ.
That's port. That's port.
Strawberry wine.
It turns into the blood, and the little wafer turns into the flesh of Christ, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe they call that transubstantiation.
I thought
Never
they
ever
called it
seen
cannibalism.
Yeah, well, only if transubstantiation. Oh, bugger it.
Transubstantiation.
That's the word.
Good
only
question.
if that is actually a true thing. But yeah, that is one of them words is really hard to say when half your mouth is still partially covered.
Yes, I bet.
Good question.
Were you here,
Renee.
Alan, when he... Oh, go on, Terry. Sorry.
I was just trying to reply to Renee and me. Why a duck? I don't know. Why not?
Well,
Yeah, what you got against ducks?
yeah.
She turned me into a duck, but I got better.
Yeah.
Close.
I'm a black swan now. Oh, damn, I don't exist.
It's a newt. She turned me into a newt.
Oh yes, but I wanted to paraphrase it a little.
This isn't my real nose, it's a fake one.
Did you hear? Were you here, Alan, when he described how a camera worked?
Did I miss some extra level stupid?
Yes, you
Alan,
did.
I'm just glad you weren't here. That's
Yeah.
all
Why
I'm
would I
going
have?
to say.
Would I have exploded or something?
You've gone
You'd have-
apoplectic. Yep.
Yeah, you'd have filled Terry's swear jar up. Yeah.
Oh.
And then on top of that, you would have gone into some type of systemic shock, followed
Yeah.
by something that would have resembled some type of neurotoxic disease, because the information that he was giving was just horrible.
Would I have just been laying on my bed, sort of twitching every now and again? As
Twitching,
if
yeah.
yeah.
You'd have to go bankrupt because the amount you would have to pay Terry.
Yeah. All the years that you've been studying photography, Alan, would have just gone out the window.
Yeah.
What are we talking about, or did I miss something?
Cameras.
Yeah.
The way he was explaining the camera working.
Yeah. Over 45 years worth, you mean?
Yeah. That'd have been a waste of time, Alan. You've got it all wrong.
You're completely mistaken with all of your beliefs, Alan.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, the iris, the adjustable iris in an iPhone. What?
Excuse me one moment. I think I better go and shut the kitchen door and then my bedroom door, so that
washing machine.
Washing machine.
So we have some isolation between me and the washing machine.
Yeah.
No, it's a jet. It's your jet engine warming up on your wheelchair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Peanuts.
Fine, Doug. Yeah, no, that was some kind of stupid what he was describing there, and I was thinking, what?
So he must have the next generation iPhone before it's even been released.
I think he must have had it done, yeah.
So he's not only is he got new information about cameras and stuff, but he's also a time traveler.
Yeah, and he's got an adjustable iris on it as well, Alan.
Yeah.
It's got an adjustable iris, has it?
On his iPhone, yeah.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, an iPhone, I believe an iPhone does have an adjustable iris, because I'm pretty sure it's not actually a fixed aperture lens.
Oh, I'd say that the
but I think
focuses.
I think the f-stop range is about 2 stops. Yeah, I think it doesn't stop. They tend not to be able to stop down very much, because by the time you get to the focal length of a sorry, I'm doing it again. I'm going into too much detail. More detail than anybody wants at this time of the morning.
You're doing a rumpus on photography.
Yeah. I always do.
I know.
The pet subject. Look, don't speak to me about pet subjects, or I'll start running on like a rumpus.
What did he say about the pixels? It's 1080p. It was 4K was too quick. They couldn't use pixels anymore, or something.
No. It was the reason why everything's in that hexagon shape is because it's in, was it a 4K camera or something like that? So
yeah, it's got more sides to the iris. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he changed it down to 2K, there'd be less.
There'd be less angles. Yeah.
Less angles.
Oh my God! The bloke is
okay.
classic.
It's a no. I'm not. No, I am not going to smash my face into my desk. I am wearing reading glasses. Smashing my face into the desk could have extra serious consequences.
Yes,
it's so not worth it, Alan.
No. It's more humour than worrying about banging your head against the table.
Yeah, wearing glasses means you have to be extra careful and try not to face palm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then if you're going to go watch it later, do not watch alone. Have someone in the
Irish
house.
too. Yes. Yes, technically the plural of focus is foci.
Yeah. I'm going to foci this camera lens quite often. I don't think that'd be a good phrase to use in the public.
I think you should just foci off.
Because Oh, things that aren't quite circles have two foci.
Yes.
The bits where you put the pins in and then draw around with a bit of string.
Yeah.
And on the bit of string. Ellipses, that's the word. And even the circle actually has two foci. It's just that the two foci are in the same place.
Yeah. Rename me's got it right. Focuses scissors.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Where do you find all this stupid, Terry?
It doesn't. Ragical does.
Oh,
Oh yeah, Ragical found that one.
Well,
Where did
yeah.
Ragical find it?
Blue, have they opened the doors to the asylums in the States or something? And they've got escaped? Or oh, Big Blue.
It's just not been rounded up yet.
No. I just don't believe the amount of stupidity that's coming. It seems to be getting worse, not better.
Yeah.
Hello, wonderful person.
No, this might balance the stupid versus intelligent ratio.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh no. Wolfie.
So Logic did some vids on Donny, did he?
Yeah.
Sci-fi proves flat Earth. What the hell is that crap?
No. I watched some of that AB Science premiere last night. That was a don't face palm, it will hurt. Well, it hurts anyway, but I wear glasses, so you have to be really careful.
Yeah, you move them out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, sit on your hands or something, then you can't face palm.
You hit your head off the desk, though.
Yeah.
Because my problem is I can actually take the glasses off really quickly because I have them hanging on a bit of string around my neck because I only need them for reading. So I have to, and although, my eyes change that quickly with distance that if I stand up, I can't see my feet with my reading glasses on because it makes them out of focus. So I have to take them off to stand up because I have to make sure I keep an eye on my feet while I'm walking because otherwise they do some strange things.
I have varifocals.
Oh yeah, because honestly, because I don't need any help from my distance, and varifocals was suggested, and then I said, well, yeah, but I have to look at my feet to walk because of my balance and other problems.
No, they don't get you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They said,
Not how to say it,
no, that wouldn't be a good idea.
No.
Yeah. No, the varifocals of I've had to give up wearing contact lenses because the closest you can get with the contact lens is what they call a multifocal. And they can't get a multifocal to work as well as varifocal glasses. So I've basically just sort of had to say, after all these years, cancel my direct debit. I'm not buying any more contact lenses. There's no point. I mean, I've still got a fair few boxes sort of shoved away in case I ever want to go and play pool or snooker again. But yeah, you can't. I just couldn't get the same effects with contact lenses as I could with glasses. So I had to basically abandon them.
They're a bit of a bugger, them contact lenses, because if you put them in upside down, you got to look upwards to read your books.
Yeah. They don't work like that. and because they don't work like that, is why you can't get them as good as glasses. They're actually two rings. You have an inner and an outer.
Yes.
One's for close and one's for far. And it's your brain that makes the switch. So when you sort of with my glasses on now, if I go from looking in front of me to looking down like I'm reading a book, my brain doesn't have to do anything because I'm looking through a different part of the lens. But with contact lenses, your brain suddenly has to say, "Oh, hang on a minute. you now want to use a different part of your eye to look at something closer than you were just a fraction of a second ago. And it takes some getting used to, but you just can't get the same exact effect as a pair of glasses. So I've had to give them up because I got to the point where with contact lenses in, if I wanted to read a book, I had to do that old trick of holding it at arm's length. And then the optician said, well, we could fix that. I said, how? He says, well, with a pair of glasses. I said, do you realise what you just suggested to me, that I should wear contact lenses and then put glasses on to correct them? And he sort of stopped and looked at me and said, yeah, that is a bit stupid, isn't it?
My friend actually did that for years because he was struggling reading, but he also needed distance correction. He wore contact lenses for the distance and then had a pair of cheap reading glasses for when he needed to see stuff up close, which wasn't that often.
But that does rather defeat the point of wearing contact lenses, is you don't have to wear glasses.
Well, you didn't have to wear glasses 90% of the time.
Oh, well, I have to wear glasses. I mean, I'm so short-sighted. Without them, I'm useless.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He could wear the contact lenses most because he owns a shop. He spends and he works there on his own. He spends most of the day interacting with the customers and doesn't need to be able to read stuff directly in front of him.
Yeah.
So the odd time when he needs to quickly check the computer or something, he can just chuck the reading glasses on it. He said he found that more convenient.
Fair enough.
Why can't you vote too, Terry? Terry?
Yeah, why did 2 get timed out?
Yeah. It's only time.
Oh dear. Is it referred to rule 1 again?
Yeah.
Wait, poor old Spooky, type 2, and Terry timed him out. And I don't know why.
He didn't wait for now.
Oh, I see.
Are you eating, Terry, or are you still muted?
He's eating.
Okay.
He's muted, yeah.
That sounded like muted to me.
Yeah, that wasn't the food in his mouth. That was the wife's hand.
I don't want to know.
You will eat all your vegetables, Terry, and I'll put my hand over your mouth until you swallow them. We are deadlocked. Short arm syndrome.
Terry didn't say yes.
Yeah.
Or now.
So you could say, hiya, Terry. Alan, did you see the link I sent you in your...
Yes, I did see the link you sent me. Thank you very much for sending it to me.
That's okay. That's,
I didn't get a link.
Well, it's in your Discord.
Oh.
No, it wasn't. Beg your pardon.
It's Alan's Discord.
That was in Alan's.
Oh.
Sir Alan's.
Oh,
yeah,
Sir Alan, yeah.
Yeah. Sir Grandad Alan, sorry.
So I can say hello to Alan now. I can say hello to Not a Farmer.
Yeah,
Hello.
I was just
yeah, Huey's there too. Don't forget Huey.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Sir Huey.
Oh, Sir
Huey,
Huey, is it? Okay.
Good day, Terry. How you doing?
Can I burp?
You my guest?
Well, you could mute first.
Yeah, I was just looking at the prices, Alan, and I'm still gobsmacked that they're still selling 1060s at the price they're selling them at, because why would you buy something which is half the speed? of a newer card. I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't know. It does seem odd.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're really allowed to talk about computers on here at the minute.
Yeah, you get
That's
into trouble
right.
when you talk about computers,
I won't
planes,
mention the C
trains, cars, motorbikes,
Automobiles.
boats,
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
submarines,
So,
guns,
anybody
guns.
got any good knitting patterns?
Oh, plenty of knitting patterns if you're interested.
Oh,
There you go. Oh, dear.
So,
what was that? My trap didn't work, Renee and me. Did you set a trap?
69 minus 15 minus 34 minus 16.
Huh? You want me to do math? I have to get a calculator out.
Question
I think I know. I think I can guess the answer to that.
Yeah.
Yes, Dave. That's exactly what I was looking for.
yes. Oh, it is great, Dave, but they're charging the same bloody price for
1660
graphics. Yeah. You get 1660.
Can someone explain to Spooky why he got timed out, or do they know?
Because
I
they
think
didn't
you'll
wait
know.
for now.
He jumped to the gun, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I got a 6. I got a 4, 6, 3, 8, 3, 2,
1, 0.
2. What? Where?
Can we talk about crochet?
Okay, Dave, what do you got?
I need
Let's have all
something.
your hot crochet gossip.
He needs something to put him to sleep. Just watch political channel. That'll soon put you to sleep, mate.
No, you just end up shouting at the telly.
Yeah.
You could go and watch all my star time lapses. Although that'll probably give you vertigo rather than put you to sleep.
Yeah. Or spin you out.
Yeah, years ago, back when I was still married, we had to come to an agreement not to watch Question Time on the BBC.
Oh,
well, it was worse than shouting at the telly. She ended up shouting at me, and it's like, what are you shouting at me for?
Yeah.
I got the prat sat behind that desk making that. Yeah, I was there, so she was getting irate, and she'd shout at me, and it's like, oh, hang on a minute. Weren't me said that. I didn't even agree with him. It's like, yeah, we're not going to watch Question Time anymore. It was just too aggressive.
Yeah,
when Rosie was at college, she actually had to watch Question Time as homework for one of her courses.
Oh, that's brutal.
Who hasn't voted?
Yeah, well, she was doing politics, wasn't she?
I suppose so, yeah.
So, you know.
Somebody hasn't voted.
Dave Cannabis has voted IV.
Yeah.
4.
Saline or sugar?
Is that allowed? Is that allowed?
Well, no, he already done it twice, so I should time him out for voting twice, actually. Oh, he's reiterating that he voted.
I just saw a brilliant post on my Facebook feed. WTF do you unemployed people do all day? I'm going insane.
Get me.
Another poor sod, you can't go to work.
Yeah. What about all the poor bastards who are disabled and housebound?
Correct. Yeah.
Or virtually housebound.
Yeah.
That's like
there's a lot of people who aren't used to sitting at home all day. Bless them.
I did go there the other night when I got invited on to Mr. Sensible's live chat.
Oh yeah.
And at the end of coronavirus, socially isolating oneself. So life goes on as usual then.
Yeah.
Because this is just what it's like for those who are socially isolated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't noticed the difference yet.
That's why the internet's such a useful thing.
Yeah, I can spend all day talking on here instead of doing shit.
I can be sat here talking to you guys, or I could be talking to the cats, shouting at the walls.
I don't know. Britain's quite used to being socially isolated. I mean, they've got campsites and caravan clubs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, all of our campsites and caravan parks and stuff like that right now have
Shut down.
almost completely shut down.
Yeah.
Except
So
for the
have all of
people
ours.
who live in their in a semi-permanent or permanent nature.
Yeah.
That was weird out in the peanut gallery. Somebody asked, is Timed Out Peanut around? Well, I
Yeah.
hadn't seen them. And the next minute, they popped up.
I dropped another link in the internal if you want it, Terry.
Did you?
Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, you notice I dropped a load last night.
Flat earthers are a hardy bunch.
That's a bit
aren't they?
personal.
You feel
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
I had a little rush of output.
I don't think I want to know, Alan.
Go for that. Emojium helps.
I can't see how Emojium would help with me. I can't see how Emojium would help me with
walking.
Publishing YouTube videos.
Ah, YouTube videos. That's what you're talking about.
Oh, is that what he's on about? I
Oh,
thought he's
well-
on about taking the good.
That'd help
the
you stream
runs.
quicker, Alan.
Well, for some reason, my mind was right in the gutter.
As my dear old dad would say, touching the two-step.
Yeah.
What do you mean two-step? That's as far away from the toilet as you dare to get.
Yeah.
Oh, I've finished. I might go get it. Oh, no, I haven't.
Oh, no, hang on. No. As you were.
All right, can someone bring me the paper?
Yes, I will.
It's not up yet.
Oh, bugger.
Oh, bugger, yeah.
I was just noticing on the
That's what
YouTube. I was just noticing
that's
on
what
the
you get for
YouTube
moving,
stream.
Alan.
It doesn't. Oh, it did that time. Okay.
I really don't need to be knocking my spare camera batteries on the floor. It's not good for them.
Don't do that, Alan.
Especially when it's a battery that's been obsolete for nearly 10 years. What was once cheap are now really flipping expensive again.
Yeah.
I haven't looked lately, Alan. I bought a few off eBay.
Yeah, what BP511s? Yeah, second-hand ones aren't too bad, but new ones, ooh.
Are they?
That's why I got that adapter when it was sitting in cash converters, Alan.
Yeah.
Because I thought, well,
one if you haven't, because I don't think this will make all that much sense to you if you don't. Then again, you'll probably figure out the gist of it pretty quick, so forget it. You gotta speak up, or turn the music down. I can't hear you.
There. Bass clearance. But that is, showed you that there, that exact same one.
No, seriously, I can't even address what you're saying because I have no idea what it is. I really hope this doesn't go on too long because this video would suddenly become really, really boring. It's already boring, Logic. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, I think you said, and over there, where that light's coming from. Just there, you see? I'm decently confident about that, 75%. So, let me just show you a quick comparison here between the sky as it looks in this image and the sky as it looked in the filtered image. A little bit less impressive, right? A lot more mundane looking. So now that we can actually see what's going on here, let's talk about what is going on here. I'm assuming that by the light coming up over there, you're not just talking about the clouds. Those are kind of dark, not light. So I think what you're talking about is the fact that the sky towards the horizon looks lighter than the sky straight up or directly towards the sunset. So let's go back to remedial sky color class. Now, the reason the sky is blue is that the atmosphere scatters light. Light collides with small particles in the atmosphere and scatters, and light with shorter wavelengths, that's closer in size to the particles that it's passing by, is more likely to be scattered, more likely to be bounced around, and that means from all directions in the sky you see light with shorter wavelengths more, and light with shorter wavelengths is blue light. Most people are going to know that already, at least in the form, the sky is blue because of light scattering. But that's not the end of the story. What happens if the particles in the air are big enough that not just light with shorter wavelengths like blue is scattered predominantly, but also light with longer wavelengths like red, and everything in between? What if you have water droplets, dust particles, things like that in the air? Well, because it can more effectively scatter a wider range of wavelengths, there's more of the light spectrum being scattered around, more of that's coming into your eyes, it's more white. This is the reason clouds are white, it's the reason why on an overcast day the sky looks light gray, it's the reason your headlights aren't very helpful in the fog, and it's the reason that when you look straight up, the sky is pretty dark blue by sky standards, but if you look towards the horizon, it's a lot whiter. It's called Mie scattering, M-I-E. The thing is, when you're looking straight up, you're not looking through that much atmosphere. That's effectively the shortest distance you can get from you to space. But when you look towards the horizon, you're looking through a lot more atmosphere. When you look straight up, you are looking through a decent amount of dust, water droplets, whatever, but when you look towards the horizon, you're looking through a lot more. And that means there's a lot more scattering of white light. So if you go out on a clear sunny day, and you look all the way around you, 360 degrees around that horizon, the sky above that horizon is going to look pretty light. And if you look straight up, it's going to look darker blue. Now, the reason it's still showing up in your video here is because, well, look at it. This is not after sunset. The sun is still up. It's still lighting the sky over there. Over in that direction, it looks like daytime, and that's how daytime looks. If you were to wait around a little while and keep filming the sunset, you would eventually notice that the area of the sky that we're looking at right now would get darker as the sun actually set, and as it stopped lighting that area. But that hasn't happened yet. The sun is still pretty high in the sky, so I really don't know what you would expect other than for the sky at the horizon to look like it's a normal day. Now, the point I want to make here, Hunter, is if on a normal day you can go outside and all the way around the horizon the sky is light like this, how can that possibly imply that there's a second sun rising? I mean, at that point, that sun would have to be rising along the full 360 degrees of the horizon all day, every day, and yet somehow you never actually see it. Just some light sky that kind of maybe indicates it's there. Are you absolutely sure this makes sense to you?
That's incredible.
Well, it's at least some very nice video of the English countryside, I'll give you that. All the nonsense aside, I'm kind of enjoying this part. I wish you'd had it looking like this the whole time.
I don't know if you can see as well, but that pattern, the square pattern, I know a lot of people thought it was maybe just the camera. This is this brand new camera. Brand fucking spanking new iPhone fucking Pro thing. And it's doing the same thing.
I don't know what you mean by square pattern, but digital cameras by their nature do tend to have those kind of problems. Noise, compression, color bending, whatever. It's just kind of a fact of life. If you don't like it, don't get a digital camera. And it doesn't really matter if it's your brand fucking spanking fucking new fucking iPhone fucking Pro fucking thing either. It's still a digital camera. It's still not going to be perfect. It'll be good. It'll be good enough for pretty much anything you need, I'm sure. But don't expect perfection. That's just not even fair. Especially considering it's a cell phone camera. I mean, cell phone cameras are great nowadays, but they're still cell phone cameras. Let's temper our expectations a little bit. Just because you spent a lot of money on it doesn't mean that it's a perfect record of reality. In fact, no camera is. You could spend millions and it still wouldn't be. It's technology, not magic.
Sun simulator. That's what I think. That's what I think. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I know that's what you think. I don't really know why that's what you think, but that's what you think. But it's starting to sound an awful lot like I don't know how cameras work, therefore Sun Simulator, which is exactly what I would have expected from experience.
I'm going to go back to the camera.
No! Okay. Watch the green lens flare as it comes past the blue semicircle. Yeah, we kind of forgot about that green lens flare, didn't we? You said to watch it like way back at the start of the video and then nothing happened. Is anything going to happen this time or are we just going to ignore it again?
See a square pattern, see?
Okay, so I'm watching the green lens flare and it looks like the green lens flare. What am I supposed to be looking at here?
Looks like fucking, I don't know, it looks like a checkerboard. You see it?
You know, now that you say it, I do actually see it. I didn't see it before, maybe I just wasn't looking close enough, or maybe it just wasn't as obvious before, but now that I see it, it's kind of hard to unsee it. For anyone who hasn't seen it yet, I'll put a grid up on the screen. The pattern is going to follow that grid. It's a very regular large grid pattern that only shows up in the brightest parts of the image, specifically where the sun is. Now, I don't know what is causing this. I'm not aware of any camera that has this issue, but then again, who knows? I'm obviously not aware of every issue plaguing every camera. It could also also be an issue with the effect that's being applied. Considering this is a digital camera, a very complicated piece of technology, there's all kinds of things that could be going wrong, and it doesn't really matter exactly what is going wrong. What does matter is the fact that while you're swinging the camera around wildly, the grid pattern is staying perfectly still relative to the camera, but it's not staying perfectly still relative to the sky. So we know for sure that this is related to your camera, not to the sky, which really is all that matters, because you're trying to convince us that this is something in the sky, when because of how it moves with your camera, we know it can't be. Watch it. What does it refer to? I assume the lens flare. Alright, I see the lens flare. Yes, I'm watching. The flare spreads out as if it's hitting a sphere shape. Watch again. Okay, hold on. You know it's a lens flare. You're moving the camera around and that's moving it around. You know it's not in the sky. You know this is something produced by your camera. You're even calling it a lens flare. And you're telling me that you think it hits something, by which I can only assume you mean in the sky. So how... You know, never mind. Go ahead.
It's to do with the sun seeming to hide something, like a shield or something up there.
So you're talking about the pattern, but the text is about the lens flare. Okay. So the pattern somehow is to hide a shield? A sun simulator shield? Okay, I have a little advice. Take the filter off, throw it in the garbage can, or whatever the equivalent is of that for video effects, and forget you ever saw it, because this effect really sucks, and it's making your video suck, and that's why your video sucks. I have no idea if that's going to fix that grid pattern. It might, in which case, great, and if not, at least you don't have some shitty effect exacerbating the problem. If it's still an issue after that, and it seems to be genuinely a problem with your camera itself, use something else. This isn't that complicated. Alright, I'm watching the lens flare, and I see what you mean about how it looks kinda like it hits a spherical thing, I guess. But it's a lens flare. You know it's a lens flare. This effect completely moves along with your camera. This is not something that's in the sky, and you know it. You saw me make pretty much exactly the same thing playing with my lens flare at the start. This is nothing. You know it's nothing. It's a lens flare. So what the hell?
Why would it do that? Why would it do that?
Why would it do what? I'm really confused if we're talking about the lens flare or the pattern. Can we stick with one at a time? No, we can't. Okay. I'm guessing pattern, and I already talked about that as much as I need to. So, I don't need to talk about that anymore. I might as well have not paused this at all. I hope we get to something fresh soon.
So it's getting bigger now, that one over there, see? It's getting bigger. It's getting higher. That's what it's doing. It's getting bigger and higher.
Is it actually, like outside of your camera with your eyes, or are you just standing there staring at your camera and not at the sky? I've noticed over the year or so that I've been looking at this kind of stuff that conspiracy theorists like this seem to think that digital cameras are like the glasses from They Live. There's some sort of magical device that shows you the real reality that they don't want you to see. I don't know how they think they do that, but apparently they do. It's an extremely bizarre phenomenon. And frankly, if cameras were doing that, I don't think they would be so eager to sell them to you.
What a great big fucking planet, because it's literally dark blue. Red.
It's getting pretty hard to hear you here, but I'm getting the idea now that what you're calling a planet is the dark blue spot up in the sky, which isn't really a spot, it's just most of the sky. Remember what I was talking about, how the sky higher up is a darker blue than the sky lower down. And I know you're not seeing this with your eyes. I mean, we just saw a much more accurate color video. You showed it to us, and it's from this same period of time, and it doesn't look anything like that. This is all just manufactured by whatever stupid filter you're using. That's not showing you the real world. That's hiding the real world from you. Look with your eyes, or at least through a well-configured camera. Come on.
Just blue, not even dark blue, just blue. But you can sort of see stuff's moving about.
Sorry about the wind noise, but look at this pattern. Yeah? Color banding and noise cranked up to 11 by your stupid ass filter. I know I'm being kind of repetitive about this, but I really can't say it enough. Like, these conspiracy theorists fuck up their imagery so much, so often. Video after video, year after year. It gets a little frustrating to watch, honestly. I wish I could get through to just like one of them. I mean, I guess DONNY at DAYTONA is doing a little bit better lately, so that's one case of getting through to one of them, sort of. He's still spreading conspiracy theories like crazy, but at least some of his imagery looks a bit better.
There's a big white light now. Here, see?
Yeah, I see that big white light. Play that back. Slower. So we have that tree there surrounded by white, or at least much lighter sky. It's what I said before, where the darkening effect seems to dodge around dark objects like trees. Now watch what happens when that finger comes in. Based on what I just said about the tree and the darkening effect, what's your prediction for what's going to happen? Well, here it is. Everything around the finger lightens up, and the darkness dodges away. Wow, look at around that finger, there's a big white light now. See, this is why I'm telling you to look with your eyes. This is not reality. In reality, the sky itself is not brightening around your finger. Use your fucking head.
See that?
Yeah, did you see it? If you're going to observe the world through an iPhone or whatever this is, at least exercise a little care in what effects you put on, and if you're going to put them on, at least pay attention to how they work. When you see one of them supposedly making a bright white light around an object, and then you jam your finger in and it makes a bright white light around that too, consider that maybe, just maybe, that bright white light is not actually in the sky, Hunter. Get out of the cult of camera incompetence. By the way, this is probably a pretty decent explanation for that light spot you saw on the other side, too. I didn't realize at the time that you were just staring down at your phone while you were doing this. I kind of assumed you were watching the sky yourself as well. Now that I know you're just ignoring the sky and watching it on a screen, it really explains a lot.
What side is that, Mr. Dobbs?
Who's Mr. Dobbs? Keep eye on the green lens flare coming up now. See? It spreads out. Yeah, because it's hitting the right angle to reflect back off of different elements in your lens. That's what a lens flare is. As if it's hitting a sphere shape. Well, let's be real. It's circular. There's no real sign that it's spherical. I can see how you might interpret it that way, as an illusion kind of, because it's only part of a circle, so it looks like light is shining on one part of a sphere at some points, kind of. But it's a 2D circular shape. And secondly, do you notice how this supposed sphere shape moves exactly along with the lens flare produced by your camera? When you move your camera, that sphere is moving too. I'm pretty sure you're capable of figuring out why that is without me telling you again, so I'll just leave it there, I guess. You know what I think, but thought it was worth a mention. Bah! I don't know what you think. Do you think it's a lens flare? Do you think it's a planet? A Yeti? I don't know. I don't think you ever actually told us what you think that is. You told us what you think a bunch of other stuff is, but not that, I don't think. But then again, when you were talking about that pattern and the lens flare at the same time, I got kind of confused. Maybe somewhere in there you did tell us. Kind of hard to say at this point.
The yellow light right in front, you see that? Yellow. Sun's over here. Yellow. Right in front of us. See that?
Yeah, but the yellow light's not actually yellow, is it? Any more than your finger's dark red-orange. You know that common modern idea that these kids these days just wander around staring at their phones and they never look up and enjoy the real world? Yeah, I feel kind of like a boomer saying it, but get off your fucking phone and join us in real life for a while.
Look, the square pattern is between 2, 1, 2. See the blues?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Something about 2 different blues. I know leaving a clip in just so I can say I don't know what you're talking about is kind of stupid, but I thought maybe if I leave it here, someone can at least figure out what the hell that means.
Fucking look for the patterns here.
Huh. Maybe you do just mean the color banding. I don't know. It's honestly kind of hard to tell because you don't really describe the pattern you're seeing either. I don't really know for sure which one you're interested in.
Still see 2 blues. 1, 2. See? 2.
Well, if your filter's dodging around stuff, it's going to dodge around the house too. So yeah, I would expect the sky around that big house to look brighter than the sky not around the big house. You know it takes more effort to hold that phone up all day than to not do that, right?
3, look. The fucking race of the chemtrails.
Lots of planes in the sky, that's what you get for living in England. If it bothers you, maybe you should move. Although you seem perfectly happy to walk around outside all day in the chemically air. Guess it doesn't really bother you that much.
And look at the fucking, the sun's supposed to have gone down. Look at that fucking pink over there. No fucking sun.
You got a real problem with pink. Sunsets have always had pink in them. That's like one of the reasons people like sunsets. What's the problem?
That's why. See here, big camera. But
whoa, camera reception. And look at that sky back there. Oh my god. It's like sapped out all the color. It's completely banded to shit. That camera's struggling to deal with that. What the hell are you using? To be fair, it's not really the camera as such. It's the software that's putting the filter on that's struggling to process it, it seems. God, it's just awful. And this is what you want us to think creates an accurate view of the sky? Are you fucking kidding me?
Here, let's see. Just there. Let's pick it.
I've been waiting for this moment. I gotta stop for a second and take a look at the comments. Cause when I scroll down to the comments on this video are sorted by newest first. And the newest comment on this video is about this exact thing. Bonnie Van Dijk says, Planet X Hunter. Do you watch your own videos after recording? Because when you're recording your backyard and are going into your house and turn around to record for patterns, the recording slows way down like time itself is slowing down, and then a low, horrible growling starts, and then a form becomes visible like a spaceship, and I get the feeling it stares at you and quickly disappeared. If you see it, you should have it looked at by someone you trust and get another opinion. There definitely was something there, and since you didn't mention it, I wondered if you noticed it. Strange craft appears about 14:02 time of video. Low growling starts, and then a gray image. Then it seems to fade out, and then boom, there it is, a spaceship with more detail. And it quickly disappeared. Okay, Bonnie, for one thing, this was not the first time this happened in this video. I don't know if you're just skipping around through it or something, but if you are, you're killing the guy's watch time. Come on now. That's just rude. Secondly, of course he knew about it. That's why he slowed the video down, to show you the gray spot in the sky. He's as interested in gross artifacts from slightly shitty cameras as you are. The technological ignorance on display in the video is already pretty bad, but the technological ignorance in this comment is just catastrophic. Oh, that's just fantastically helpful, thank you. Looks great, perfect photography. Let's just keep it like this. You have no idea the kind of UFOs I'm seeing right now. Alright, well, there's not much more for talking in this video, not much for interesting captions either. So I think I'm gonna call that the end. I guess the message I would like to leave you with is, if you buy a camera, you don't have to become an expert, you don't have to know everything, you don't have to be a professional photographer, but please at least play with it and maybe even read about it. Watch YouTube videos about it. Just enough to understand what it is, the very basics of how it works, what exposure means, what ISO means, what a sensor is, how focus works, what depth of field is, what software effects are, common optical aberrations and flaws specific to digital photography. You can be up to speed with the basics of how to work a digital camera and the different kinds of effects it can produce, the different kinds of flaws to watch out for, how to fix them in a day, less than a day. And if you go into it with the understanding that your camera not only might, but will show you things that are not present in the external world outside the camera, you won't be confused like all of these people. I don't understand how so many people have become so confused by basic consumer technology. This stuff is easily accessible to most people. Probably most of the people who believe this shit own a smartphone. They could pick that thing up and just film around. Produce any one of these weird effects that people produce with their smartphones. Pay attention to the fact that it's clearly being produced by the camera because it moves around with the camera and you can produce it without looking at the sky at all. It's not something that comes from the sky. But they don't. They just don't care. It's incredible. For all their lip service to the truth, they seem to have no motivation to do so much as 5 minutes of work to determine the truth for themselves. It's mind-blowing. Anyway, I don't mean to go off on a rant here. That's it for this video. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Hopefully you've enjoyed my first month back making filmed videos after quite a while. These videos went up for patrons in February, patrons and Subscribe Star supporters. If you like the channel, please consider supporting it on one of those platforms, even with a small amount. It's extremely helpful. It's the whole reason I can dedicate so much time to this. If even 1% of my subscribers pledged $2 each, this thing would be rock solid for ages. But that's enough of that. See you on the next one.
Yeah, I don't know.
My only
bizarre.
basic question is with cameras, if with modern day cameras that is, are they basically just point and click with very few settings to say yes, just use it in this default mode, and the pictures will usually come out fairly okay?
Well, it depends on the camera. I mean,
I'm trying to break it down to.
I was going to say, look back to the late 60s and early 70s and the Kodak Instamatic with its cartridge loading film. You dropped a cartridge in, and it basically had it had a sunny, cloudy option by turning the little ring around the lens, and that was it. So we've always had that option, but yeah, there are cameras that basically you have no control over at all. You just point it and click and get what it gives you. And then there are cameras like I use that allow you to control all sorts of stuff. And then there are enterprising people who realize that you can that the camera is a computer, and that you can sometimes trick it to run external software too, and then write additional software to run on the camera.
So, what would you say would be the most used type of alteration you're doing to your photography when you're using the camera?
Oh well, if you're using a pointy shooty camera that just takes photo, that you have no control over, you're relying on their processing matching what reality. Usually they try and go with something that will give a fairly decent representation of most of what you see, but you have to remember that cameras have a really restricted range of light that they can work with compared with the human eye. Now, our eyes have around about the same range of color of brightness that they can cope with in one spot. But because our eyes keep moving all the time, they keep adjusting all the time. So we get an effect whereby we can see a much greater range. You have to use an effect called HDR, or high dynamic range, with a camera and take multiple exposures to do exactly what our eyes do seamlessly for us. And that is to allow us to see a much, much wider range of light and dark. And then the colors. Oh, and of course, if you're trying to make the images very small, or the video files that come out very small, they will put in an awful lot of JPEG or MPEG compression, and that's what's responsible for smooth color gradations not being smooth and looking all steppy, and also for what look like 16 by 16 pixel square blocks in the image, which was the reason why in that video, the minute he started talking about a grid pattern, my first instinct was to think it's MPEG compression artifacts. But of course, looking at the video that he was doing, it could also have been partly down to the way the camera was processing image, because it was moving backwards and forwards past the sun really quickly. And who knows, Apple may well be reading the sensor out, reading sections of the sensor out in parallel, and pointing your camera and filming with the sun directly in the image is going to cause problems anyway, because it can't record that huge range of brightness between the sun and everything else. I finished. Terry, you there, or did you go away while I was?
No, I'm still here. I'm just dealing with these peanuts.
Oh, you're totally lots of peanuts out, haven't you?
I caught a few out that time. Dave said
twice.
Too soon, John Rapp.
That was a low tail wag. Oh, good.
What do we got? 5, 4, 8, 8, 2, 8. Oh, I think we got an 8. No, 5.
8, 8, 8.
5, 4, 8, 8, 8. Yeah. Got an 8. There's a lot we could talk about with cameras because they're so intriguing in what electronics often can do in that nowadays. Dealing with the light, dealing with light in general.
I mean, the problem with digital cameras is that, you know, it's still it's like Logic said, it's a tool. No, they're not. It's not that hard to learn how they work, and if it would stop being clear every night, so that I'm trying to put the camera outside to record star trails, I'd record some other videos, but I've only got one tripod, and I can only use the camera for one thing at a time. And my air quotes studio has the sun has been having the sun is too bright. The one wall is too bright during the day to really record well. And yeah, because light and stuff, it's difficult.
Okay, let's look at lecture 5, which has the title of Polarity and Incommensurability. I am going to hazard a guess and predict that in this whole section he won't actually define those two terms or describe them.
Okay, so I have sections 5 and 6 remaining of my lecture on magnetism. This is on polarity and incommensurability. Two, you think, very simple terms to define, but not easily. Everybody thinks they understand what polarity means, but nobody really does. You say vortex. Everybody loves to use the word vortex, too. Define a vortex. Well, it's like, no, that's a description. It's not an explanation.
Okay, so you are starting off strong by claiming that you are the only person that really understands the rather simple concept of polarity, but then you bring in the concept of vortices, and I am not sure why. Sure, a vortex has a property called polarity, but I don't really see how vortices are important at this point. Or maybe you have just been watching know-how's nonsense videos on vortex math.
Anyway, I'd like to have you take a look at something here. It's using a simple program to create a hypertrochoid. In the case of centrifugal divergence or magnetism specifically, as we're referring to it since this lecture is on magnetism, we would be looking at expanding and contracting circles. Instead of drawing lines like this, which this program is limited to, and I filmed myself doing this, we're actually looking at expanding and contracting circles, specifically a force divergence as pertains to magnetism, which obviously also includes, since it must be three-dimensional by nature, but we're looking at a two-dimensional image, is expanding and contracting circles from counter space. The actual release of inertia or energy, we would have an expanding circle, just the same as an explosion is spherical in shape, if it is, in its most native and simplex form instead of like a shape charge, for example. But this pattern, of course, is repeating itself in 360 degrees, and we end up with a hypertrochoid.
So once again, this expert in photography doesn't realize that filming a computer screen doesn't really work all that well. When I covered lecture 3, I talked about hypertrochoids, and I was actually going to insert that bit in here, but I needed something to make lecture 3 a bit more palatable. But I have lots of more pretty patterns to show you, so enjoy.
This is also part of the golden angle. There's a golden ratio, but there's also golden angle, which is 137.5077, or specifically, more simplex, 138 degrees, but...
Yes, the golden angle. Now, what is the golden angle? It pertains to the golden ratio, which is the ratio where a plus b over a is equal to a over b, and this holds if a over b is 1.618033, and so on. Fun fact, this is an irrational number, and therefore a and b are incommensurable. Maybe starting to speak his language. Now, the golden angle is where there is a circle with a circumference equal to a plus b. If a over b is a golden ratio, then the angle subtended by b is the golden angle, which is 137.507 degrees, or 3 minus the square root of 5, all multiplied by pi radians. Now, this angle pops up a lot in nature, so does the golden ratio, as it determines things like the packing efficiency of leaves on a tree to maximize sunlight exposure. But it has shit all to do with magnetism.
Anyway, we're looking at that. Let's go on to the diagram here, and let's try to define things. I've actually blocked this off in blue to define the magnet, where the magnet would be in relationship to these field pressures, but obviously the red lines, which of course extend out past the image, are the magnetic torus, and the white is the dielectric increasing inertia and acceleration to a point of counter space, and yellow is the plane of inertia. Yellow, of course, would also be the disk of, say, a spiral galaxy.
Oh yes, looks like we are in for a treat.
We also see this same geometry from macro to micro, and of course a native force vector, even though I can only show you on a two-dimensional screen, must be three-dimensional. So let's get to defining polarity and incommensurability,
and we are finally going to learn what he means with this incommensurability stuff. Maybe everything will start making sense.
Talk about a laser analogy here in a second, but take a look at this geometry, because this is the native geometry, the conjugate magnetodielectric geometry that actually defines the universe. So, and I also want to show you something really important after this in the 5th section of the 6th, and have you think about it. And magnetism and this conjugate magnetodielectric are extremely simple, but they're not simplex. Understanding and people actually having within their minds a three-dimensional understanding of what's going on, and understanding what a three-dimensional force vector looks like, which is a three-dimensional S-curve.
Yeah, so this guy clearly doesn't know what a vector is
hard for people to visualize. So let's get on to defining polarity.
Oh yes, here we go. I have a feeling that you are going to fuck this up completely, but I'm going to let this play for a bit so we can get the full glory of the description and the definitions you're about to provide.
Polarity is a wholly misunderstood conceptual term to refer to the release of a force from a point source. Magnetic polarity necessitates that one understand that a human line is not Mother Nature's line, from which one is a non-Cartesian nexus in counter space and is three-dimensionally curvilinear, is necessitated by geomagnetic precession, and the native force vector to be an expansive torus. Here we see the same hypertrochoid. We would actually have the centrifugal magnetism, and a darker line here at the center of the centripetal convergent. Of course, we see this also on the supercell. Polarity in simplex is nature's force vector, which is divergent from counter space and curvilinear, necessitatively so, since polarity is obviously not merely two-dimensional. People think of polarity in the case of a line. I think, well, that's nice. Here we actually have Mother Nature's line as opposed to a human line. Okay, but that's two-dimensional. Obviously, a force vector cannot be merely two-dimensional, so we have to think of a force vector divergence from a point of counter space, which is not a point in the sense that it has a Cartesian nexus or locus. But it also has to be three-dimensional, necessitatively so. When you have a three-dimensional force vector, you of course end up with the gyromagnetic precession. This of course defines or outlines, if you will, the so-called vortex. Everybody loves to use the word vortex, but they don't know what they're talking about. We love vortexes. We love to talk about them. But does anybody really understand what a vortex is? Well, it's really simple, but people only ever describe it. They never define a vortex.
Wow, I was really hoping that you would explain what polarity is, but holy shit, you didn't even try. You just said random words. You then proceeded by claiming that you have some superior understanding of what a vortex is. Yeah, but this is beautifully demonstrated by your use of the plural, which is vortices, by the way. And you claim to be an expert in languages. Anyway, let's just clarify this by giving the correct definitions of polarity and, as a bonus, a vortex. To start off, polarity, in physics, it just means direction. Direction of the magnetization, direction of the electric field in a light wave, but just direction. As for a vortex, well, a vortex is described as a region in which the flow revolves around a central axis line. It has a property called vorticity, which is described by the expression of the vorticity being equal to the curl of the vector field, where omega is a pseudo-vector describing the vorticity, and on the diagram it is pointing out of the screen towards you. V is the vector field described by the vectors you see on the screen. Funnily enough, there are two important properties of a vortex. The first is the chirality, which describes the direction about which the vector field curls around the vorticity, and this is either clockwise or counterclockwise. And then there is the other property, which describes the direction of the vorticity, and this is polarity. In magnetism, a vortex generally means a topological defect found in something called a vortex domain wall, which separates two regions in a tiny magnetic nanowire where the magnetization of one region opposes the other. Now, Ken complains that people only describe these concepts and not define them. The problem is that these are abstract mathematical constructs that are used to describe and quantify these systems, so their description is actually their definition. In magnetism, a vortex is not a fundamental concept. It just describes the magnetization configuration over space, and it is an emergent phenomenon due to the principle of least energy, or basically the second law of thermodynamics.
So geomagnetic precession is the full and complete dimensional reification of polarity. By definition, as it must be three-dimensionally divergent. It's not any more complicated than that. Two-dimensional force divergence is impossible and illogical. Dimensionally, magnetism is an extrapolated vortex. Given multiple divergent vectors from each so-called pole, these force divergences are tied like a dog to a stake in the ground to the plane of inertia, or the null nexus of dielectric inertia or counterspace, regardless of the name we wish to apply to it.
Oh, fuck it, let's nip this in the bud, as I'm bored of you using diverging and converging incorrectly. Divergence is a property of a vector field. It's described by the inner product of the del operator and a vector field, as in del dot v. Expanded, this looks like this, and that is to say that the divergence of a vector field is the sum of the partial derivative of the x component with respect to x, the partial derivative of the y component with respect to y, and then the same for z. If the result is greater than 0, then you could say that the field diverges. If it is less than 0, then you could say that it converges. It just so happens that in physics we don't really refer to convergence and just say that the divergence of a vector field is negative. But here is a divergent field, and here is a converging field. Now, it just so happens to be that in the case of magnetic fields, they are neither. It is pretty important, and it's an important law in physics that the divergence of a magnetic field is 0. As a side note, if you have ever been in a traffic jam for no apparent reason, you know the ones where you get to the end and you wonder why the hell there was a traffic jam to begin with, this is called a phantom traffic jam, and it is because of these principles of divergence and convergence. At the front of the traffic jam, you have lots of cars accelerating away, and here the field is diverging. However, at the back of the traffic jam, cars are braking and the field is converging. As cars can brake faster than they can accelerate, a compression wave forms which moves opposite to the direction of travel on that motorway.
Let's go on to, here we have the fundamental current of the red outlined, and magnetic outlined in red, and the blue outlined outlining the dielectric. Here we have the conjugate geometry of force and motion, inertia and acceleration, the inverse geometry of the torus and the hyperboloid. Hyperboloid, of course, being the hourglass shape.
Well, if we could see it properly, then I would imagine that that could very well be a nice, pretty picture. It is kind of reminiscent of a magnetic field due to a current loop, I think, but anyway, it has nothing to do with any dielectric medium.
Here we're looking at the top of a supercell and a magnetic polarity. Here we're actually looking at both poles. I can tell over here, since it's brighter and the bowl-shaped formation is very clearly defined, that this is the south pole on the left, and this is the north pole over here. Since we have due to geomagnetic precession, we actually have a phase variance, which is always a golden ratio proportionality, ratio of 1 to 5.
A golden ratio proportionality? Really? I'm assuming that you are referring to the gyromagnetic ratio, considering that you are talking about gyromagnetic precession. Gyromagnetic precession is just what happens to particles when you apply a magnetic field that is not aligned with the magnetic moment of the particles. The spins will precess at some frequency about the applied field vector, and this frequency is given by this expression. Now, you are talking about gyromagnetic precession and a ratio, so I assume that this value gamma is the one of interest to you. And this is the gyromagnetic ratio, and it is the ratio of a particle's magnetic moment to its angular momentum. And it has the units of radians per second per Tesla. Now, for an electron, this is 1.76 times 10 to the 11 radians per second per Tesla. For a proton, it is 2.675 times 10 to the 8. There's a big list of these values for lots of different elements, and none of them are related to a golden ratio of some sort. So this is clearly not what you're talking about. And maybe you are talking about the phase relationship between adjacent spins when they start processing, in which case, no, it is far more complicated than that. But in any case, none of this has anything to do with you being able to tell whether it is a north pole or a south pole. You can't. The reason why the dark spots look a bit different is most likely due to asymmetry in your setup, and therefore the light scattering is a bit different at the different poles.
Gyromagnetic precession is the pressure mediation of magnetic polarity, which is of course three-dimensionally divergent. This accounts for all natural vortex phenomena. A single force vector is not merely spatially divergent, but also necessitatively so mutually curvilinear.
Now, we covered divergence a bit earlier. A vector field can have divergence, and that is not a problem, but a single vector cannot. A single vector would represent a magnitude and direction of a vector quantity at a single point. If there's only one vector, then there can't be divergence. There is no other vector to diverge from. It also cannot be curvilinear. You can't define a curve using only one point.
And herein is the double vortex formation and the genesis of gyromagnetic precession.
Oh, Jesus.
Here we actually see a origami type formation showing a hyperboloid. However, it's a bit too blocky, of course. In reality, it's not blocky like this, but if we actually follow one of these lines, we'd actually have a three-dimensional force vector. You'd actually have to follow it around like this and around like this, so we actually have a three-dimensional force vector. This point right here at the center would be called a two-sheet hyperbola. So it would be actually a 0 point here rather than this shown breadth. So this is slightly inaccurate, but you get the point here. The incommensurability of a conjugate field and a magnet, that being the magnetodielectric object, has a presence relative to the binding object, which we call the magnet, but there is no actual Cartesian value that can be localized in the magnet relative to any aspect of the fields themselves. This is what Tesla meant when he said there's no energy in matter other than that which it receives from its environment.
Well, what the actual hell was that? I'm pretty sure that that was not what Tesla meant with that statement. It was probably more to do with his objections to special relativity. The issue with Tesla is that he was brilliant but very stubborn. The new ideas being proposed by Einstein and his compatriots appear to be an affront to common sense and Tesla's personal and, most importantly, religious beliefs. When Tesla was still alive, Einstein's theories were brilliant, and they seemed to address gaps in our understanding at the time, but they were relatively untested, and Tesla was right to challenge them. Okay, he probably shouldn't have been such a dickhead about it, but that is a different story. The reason why Einstein actually never received a Nobel Prize for either special or general relativity was that even during Einstein's life, there was no evidence strong enough to consider the theories as, for lack of a better word, confirmed. What people like Ken don't seem to understand, and this is quite forgivable as a lot of people don't pick up on this, is that Einstein's theories weren't initially accepted and subject to a lot of scrutiny. Einstein himself had serious reservations about his ideas. When it comes to quantum mechanics, it actually gets even worse. Einstein's quote that God does not play dice with the universe is often used to debate whether Einstein was religious or not, but that completely misses the point. This line was written in a letter to Max Born, where he expresses his frustration with quantum mechanics, as he thought that it was an affront to common sense. The line, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, is also a criticism of quantum mechanics, because in quantum mechanics, you can do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Einstein had major objections to quantum mechanics despite his discovery of the photoelectric effect, which is the thing that he actually did win a Nobel Prize for. But the photoelectric effect and its discovery was one of the important things that really kicked the whole quantum mechanics thing off. Einstein was not alone. Although devised by Einstein, Erwin Schrödinger presented the eponymous cat in a box as a means to illustrate his objections to quantum mechanics, even though the guy actually developed the central equation of quantum mechanics, and he hated it. Don't be mistaken, quantum mechanics wasn't just invented and then forced onto the masses by some priest class in the way that pseudoscience nutters will have you believe. The founding fathers were deeply troubled by what they were discovering, and they did not believe it. Feynman is well known for saying that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics. And here he actually restates a line by Niels Bohr, one of the founding fathers of QM, who said, "Anyone who is not shocked by quantum mechanics hasn't understood a single word." Of course, it is now over a century since the ideas were formulated, and we are still trying our best to prove Einstein and his compatriots wrong. And so far, we have been failing miserably. The whole narrative around Tesla is completely warped. Tesla struggled with the ideas of special relativity, general relativity, and quantum mechanics, but he didn't understand them. People forget that Tesla was an engineer. He was a genius. After all, you have to be brilliant to have a standard unit of measurement named after you. But he was an engineer, and he was not a very good physicist.
I.e. the ether as meant and implied, of course. One cannot understand the field incommensurability of a magnet without grasping the magnetodielectric hyperboloid at a fundamental level within your mind. Inertia cannot be measured by means of mass calculations. This very premise is the basis for every flaw of relativity, quantum mathematical atomism, and non-Euclidean pseudophysics. There is no North Pole or South Pole in a magnet.
What were you talking about here then?
That this is the South Pole on the left, and this is the North Pole over here, since we haven't...
Well done!
And you cannot slice it and separate the two fields. The fields are pressure forced to their respective locations. There is no Cartesian value of polarity in a magnet, no location.
But there is. We can measure the direction of the magnetization inside of a magnet. Okay, it's not easy, but it can be done.
No midpoint, no so-called block wall. It's just not there as meant, as the ancient Greek term implies. Topos, meaning place or location.
Okay, here he refers to something called a block wall. Just remember this, because I'm hoping that he will try to describe what a block wall is at some point, and I can assure you, he's going to fuck it up.
Here I actually have the superimposition of the conjugate magnetodielectric, the magnetic outlined in yellow, and the dielectric outlined in green, and of course we would superimpose a magnet in white over top of this. Here we can actually see a spiral arm galaxy. This This gyromagnetic precession is the release of trillions of tons of the creation of the most fundamental element, hydrogen.
What? The gyromagnetic precession releases hydrogen? Where does this hydrogen come from? Are you saying that all this time in my experiments I have been producing hydrogen? In which case, I need to have a chat with my safety coordinator because that does not sound safe.
From the point where there is nothing at the center, here we have the unmanifest, non-Cartesian eject of a supermassive black hole. And of course, like I said, a black hole is neither black nor is it a hole. But, and of course the galaxy would be the plane of inertia right here. Once again, we have this same field geometry from macro to micro, and the same field geometry in the spiral arm galaxy is what we also see in the magnet.
No, the magnetic field of a galaxy is a little bit more complicated than that. In fact, if you want to stump/piss off an astronomer, go ahead and be that dickhead who asks about magnetic fields. They love it. But to the core, it is kind of right what you're saying here. We can have charged particles orbiting around some central point, and this will create a field which kind of looks like the magnetic field emitted by a single electron or a bar magnet, and this is cool. You see this when you compare, say, the magnetic field of the Earth to that of a bar magnet, or even a single electron. But you very quickly run into trouble when you treat these as the same. The Earth's magnetic field is created by swirling, twirling, conducting materials, and the field of a magnet is caused by long-range ordering of atomic spins. When it comes to the magnetic moment of an electron, you run into trouble. It is easy to imagine that an electron is a little ball that is rotating about its axis, and this ball has some charge. Then you could take a volume element dV, and this carries some charge dq, and if you trace the path of this volume as the electron rotates, then you draw out a loop. So we have a charge moving around a loop, which is a current loop, and we know that this produces a magnetic moment. But here comes the problem. All indications are that electrons are zero-dimensional objects. This means that they do not have a finite size, and they do not have an axis to rotate about. Yet, electrons still have a magnetic moment. Now, for this spinning ball model, because of that, we still refer to this property using the words spin magnetic moment. However, the electron is definitely not spinning.
This is just showing two magnets actually being brought together, of course creating one magnet. So there is no pole that is localizable. It has no Cartesian value, and most people actually know this. Here we actually see the same side-on view of a galaxy, and the same hyperbola, the hourglass shape due to the gyromagnetic precession.
But that is not a hyperboloid. This is a hyperboloid, not that.
Of the null point and the plane of inertia. And of course, we now know only recently, but it must be necessitated, that we actually have this huge, around every spiral arm galaxy, we have this huge magnetic torus actually encapsulating this formation, which of course is not visible, obviously so. There we go. Take a look at geomagnetic precession. Let me enlarge this a little bit, and you see a three-dimensional force vector on a torus here. There is no north pole and south pole in a magnet, since you cannot slice and separate out the two field. The field pressures, as I said, are forced to the respective location. If we actually go on to a laser analogy.
A laser analogy. Now this will be interesting. At least you will stop repeating yourself, I hope. But I am going to cut it here actually, as this shit is endless, and that was just about all I can take for now, and I suspect that you feel the same. So in the next video we will look at this laser analogy, and hopefully it will all start making sense. I would like to take a moment to thank my patrons, who are Thomas J. Miller, Kate Ebneter, Walter Bislin, Johnny Ragadoo, Adalbert Red, Alexander Nick, MC Toon, Mike Harris, Paul Bates, Paul Schnus, Radek Stajny, Simon Blacklock Hughes, Stan Zay, Steph Stringer News, One Duranku, Kai Broking, Mark Edwards, Michelle Randall, Richmond Clemens, Ugly German Truth, and Lucas Schmidt. If you want to support me financially, then that would be greatly appreciated, as it will help me maintain this channel and also support my beer and snacks whilst writing up my thesis on magnetism. But that was it from me. Thank you for watching, and until next time.
Why did that remind me of someone else?
What you mean? All the other flurfers that spout word salad?
No, something in particular that we had. I've got it here somewhere.
Well, we've had him on before. Oh, sorry, we've had some of AB Science's videos about this bloke on before.
For a number of years.
And I think somebody else mentioned him too.
No, this guy.
That guy?
This guy.
Which guy? Ah.
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grammeters. Such an instrument is the turboencabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fam. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The main winding was of the normal Lotus O delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator, every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible Tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turboencabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Nofertrunians. Moreover, whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it.
That guy.
That guy. With his Spurving's bearings.
When he started to talk, it just reminded me of that guy straight away.
Do you at all think that this guy thinks that he knows what he's on about, or is it just he's reading a script that someone else has written up for him?
I think he's just parrot reading and just learnt certain words like certain flirts do.
I think he probably believes all the crap he's talking.
But he doesn't understand it, though. He might believe it, but he doesn't understand it.
Well, he's using the same, shall I say, the same technique that Sleeping Warrior uses, as in full of confidence, says the words quite clearly, eloquently, and everything like that, without actually knowing what he's saying.
Yeah, I know. It's thing is him put. I mean, I tell you one thing I wouldn't do. I wouldn't take any camera advice off that bloke, even if it was good. Because why would you? You know, if somebody was looking for photography advice and they pointed me at that and said, "What do you think of that?" I'd just, the minute I saw him, I just said, "Well, just ignore him. He's a complete and utter idiot." You know, that's like there's a fairly famous guy who reviews cameras and stuff, and his website's full of stuff about aliens and very specifically anal probing.
Oh.
As if he believes in it all and the conspiracies around it.
Been going for. Actually, I was thinking of winding up because I'm a bit tired and sore from today.
You've been out and busy today, Terry.
Yeah, I've been
working
out
in the garden.
Yeah, I've been out in the shed all afternoon. Well, not all afternoon. Most of the afternoon. I can't work over the car anymore like I used to. Standing there bending over. It takes it out of me. So we'll leave it for tonight and we'll catch up tomorrow night.
Well, thanks for tonight, Terry. It's been fun.
Usually just a quickie. Quickie's a goodie. I don't know how many peanuts we're watching tonight because YouTube's not showing the usual text below your video like they normally do. It says started streaming so many hours ago, but usually it has how many
34 watching now.
It doesn't say.
Yeah,
It just says started streaming 4 hours ago.
Mine says 34 watching now, Terry. Although of course you could look at the actual YouTube watch page instead of just having the page open in a browser. You could have it on the page where you see the what's happening, and it tells you how many people are watching and shows you the comments and everything else.
I can't expand. If you're talking about the YouTube Studio one, I can't expand that at the moment. Takes up the whole screen. I don't know what happens if I open up the whole screen. It's not a problem. Oh, well, we'll leave it there, guys. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Mad. You're still there. Blue, I think Blue's asleep. Peter, Pip, not a farmer, and Huey. Who we had the peanuts? Carl, Death. Stewie is out
Thank you for hosting, Terry.
That's okay. Thank you for
Always
coming.
a pleasure to hear Magnetic Fester.
Okay, I didn't know that was a name for him. Hey, Death, Eden's Aquaponic, Dartman, Andrea. Oh, you're at the peanut gallery, farmer. There you go. Hey, Carl. I got to scroll up. Mippet was there, Purger. I'll catch us tomorrow night. I'm not feeling too good tonight. Say good night, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.
Peanuts.